Hello, it's me back. Today, I'm finishing Problem Sleuth. That's the main goal today, and I'm gonna finish it. I don't know how long it's gonna take. I didn't fully get through a third of it last time, so it's probably gonna be I don't know, probably like 3 or 4 hours of me trying to get through this. Well, not trying, I guess just getting through it. Somebody mentioned this is where they think Problem Sleuth starts becoming good. So a little curious on what that all entails. And I think all I need before I get started. And then yeah, I'm gonna zoom in. Come on. Okay. So where we left off at. Wait, how'd the ace dicks get here again? Oh, just because it flipped upside down. Okay. Okay, it just kind of happened. Okay, that's good to know. A little confused for a splitty. Okay. It's MK's hideous ultimate form, Demon Head Mobster Kingpin. Next. The fan islands disperse. Yes. Fashion a more fitting hat from your old hat. Oh, oh, just I don't think they've done this. They haven't done this in Homestuck yet. Damn. You flip your reversible hat inside out to produce the Admiral's hat. Your nautical prowess multiplies by a factor of 10. You make sure to restow the precious candy corn inside it. Next. Um, was this in Homestuck? It's not. I'm kind of sad. It's a good bit. You briefly pose as a team because shit seriously just got real again. The iron-faced thug has kept you under his thumb long enough. It's time to take him out. You have a feeling you'll need help from as many allies as you can get from this epic struggle. Oh shit, wait. I was playing music last time. I'll play music this time. Sorry. I'm gonna open up art. I'm gonna open up this art program I've been using a bit. This one I use for like meant for like reference pics and whatnot. Homestuck has fully invaded my feed on YouTube, I guess now. Or now it's one post. It just seems pretty good. Seems pretty relevant. I'm gonna have this here. I think it's overlay selection. Yes, yes. Okay, there you go. Hmm. Maybe probably look better if I disabled this. I'm a nerd, so I like to have everything turned on, like with YouTube plugins and whatnot. Oh, it's gone forever. Uh, Actually, okay, I do know why this is actually in my feed. So I listened to this musical, this play, I guess, a musical, and I'm reading Homestuck. I guess why wouldn't it be in my feed? Never mind. It makes way more sense than I thought it did at first. And it's five. Damn, it's 5 years old. That's sad. Well, that's not sad, but deserves more. Be newer, maybe. Okay. FPI. Bring nervous broad back to ace deck. You decide to reunite the fair dame with her allies, but suddenly reconsider at the sight of the foul demon. Sheesh, that is no place for a delicate flower like her. Next. Instead, you drop her off at the brothel in the sky. You'll be much safer with the whores on Whore Island. You offer words of reassurance to go undisconcerted concert her before leaving to take on the monster. DMK. Combat operandi, level 49, abstracted thought. Part of your awareness detaches itself from the imaginary universe and returns to reality. Next. Hmm. You are now free to move about in reality while your demonic self remains in the realm of imagination. MK, gather up all the ship portholes. Hmm. You pry the ports and starboard side ship portholes from the walls. It seems their batteries are now fully charged and they may operate free from their outlets. Yeah, I defeat death already. You're working on it. Crazy ass game. Death chases you through the partially complete labyrinthine pseudo cube diametric. He urges you to pull over with his bullhorn scythe. This is incredibly serious business. Next. You head bump a pseudo cube stem block. Next. Oh. AD established superiority by punching nearest Hubert in the snout. The Cuberts are enamored of your rowdy, no nonsense brand of ruffianism. Your superiority has been clearly established. Q Hearts appears to be especially smitten. FPI, go back to ace deck. Hmm. You sense your allies are in need. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's pretty good. AS fire warning shots off the port bow. Or bow. The bullets are deflected. There's no way you'll be able to inflict damage through that metal mask, let alone through his natural defenses at low blood sugar levels. For that matter, it looks like you won't even be able to feed him candy. Next. Auto parry. the the ricocheted bullets are auto parried swiftly through Zombie Ace's necrotic tissue. ZAD matured a new parry craft. Overripe produce. PS use Tommy key unlock. Your ring of keys is just way too small for that oversized lock. You're going to need to find a bigger set of keys. Next. You've done it. The beauty of your remarkable accomplishment has caused death to shed a tear of black liquid sorrow. Next. Pickle Inspector has finally perfected the labyrinthine pseudo-cube comprehensile. Death has been bested. You are free to leave. Next. Ace Dick has beaten Q Hearts to death with a pawn. He can go too. PI plus 80 return to the land of the living. The gang's all here. You breathe a sigh of relief. You were afraid you might have missed something out of the ordinary. Well, you were gone. MK. Dump portholes through jacuzzi. Into the bubbling portal they go, all but one. Hmm. These are different than these, right? So doesn't matter what size these are; it's still going to be the same. I think they'll let increase it. Were these originally? DMK seizes them telekinetically. MK grab the cinder blocks. Before you throw the last one in, you pick up the cinder blocks from the base of your fort and throw them through the final portal. You were tired of you were tired of stubbing your toe on them anyway. Finally, you toss the last portal in the jacuzzi next. Hmm. I guess this will answer my question. Oh, dude, this is like a dope boss fight setup actually. Like, this would be a cool like video game. Oh, it does increase their size. There is suddenly a lot of traffic being conducted through those lights. The three enlarged cinder blocks cycle through the enlarged portholes, providing your demonic form with even more defense. Next, MK ducks back into the safety of his forts. AS, craft seaworthy hats for your allies. Oh. You fit your mates with appropriately nautical headwear. Corsair, Dick, and Skipper Inspector seem quite pleased with the look, but seriously, can we keep referring to them all with the standard shorthand PS ADPI? Because really, this is going to be confusing if we are starting to I sneeze. Starting to get too literal. PI or candy armor. You can play at the defense game. Two can play the defense game. My bad. Oh, Admiral Sleuth dons the peppermint mithril coat. Professor Dick dons the Jolly Rancher full plate next. Skipper Inspector dons the studded root leather. Zombie and Fiesta Ace Dick don't get to have cool armor though because they're a couple of weirdos. Quick pose as a team again. This shit seems pretty real. Didn't we just do this? Nonetheless, FPI cajoles a group photo out of the party dress to the nines and swanky new duds. DMK aggress. Tentacle Aegis. Aegis? Aegis? While you're all goofing around, DMK turns his defense into offense. PS absorbs the cinder block's brunt entirely. Your armor's treacle? Aegis gauge takes a hit. But you're otherwise undamaged. Looks like the candy code is doing the trick. Communal forces cause you to stop being knocked out cold. Candy Mecha, join the battle already. Okay. The brainless war machine blasts off to adventure, or at least its detachable hull segment does, leaving the legs behind. AS. Spultritude. No, you fool. Don't you realize if you initiate that attack, it will be the last thing you do? PS to smack some sense into you. HD flip switch. You wonder what that switch does. You give it a curious flip. It doesn't appear to have done anything. Next. The power in the room is cut off. The jacuzzi stops bubbling. Next. The large portal closes. AS, take charge as leader. Demand weapons. It's time to quit the harebrained antics and rally your troops around an actual battle plan. You ask all of them to hand over their weapons. You tell FAD to hang on to his machine gun. Since you really just need the one. You ask the idiot zombie to pony up his, though. Hey, yes, give all the weapons to PI. You order PI to take the key, the ring of keys, and the hairpin down to the jacuzzi and jump in with them. In the meantime, you and the aces will keep DMK at bay. Skipper and Spectre politely accept the mission. PI, take weapons down to MK's office. Along the way, you drop the gun, the Tommy gun, and the machine gun because you suddenly remember your VIM is not nearly high enough to carry them. This appears to be a snag in the plan. HD is standing there looking puzzled. She wonders what's with the fruity getup. PI, ask HD to take weapons instead. Thinking on the fly, you come up with an imaginative alternative to get in this strapping dame to do a man's work for him. It's no wonder Admiral Sleuth entrusted you with this critical operation. His bold leadership causes your heart to palpitate with admiration. Hysterical dame brings the weapons to the jacuzzi. You come out of the manhole. This appears to be another snag in the plan. Next. Thank goodness that's taken care of. You space out for a moment. Hey, what the heck does this switch do? You completely forget. Mysterious divine forces, along with a profound sense of addled curiosity, cause you to flip it. The big portal is active again, rendering the manhole useless. HD is now trapped on the street. Next. The mysterious divine forces continue to inform you your addled impulses. There's something you feel a strong urge to go get. HD, walk to the nearest intersection. Oh, bricks. Considering there's not much traffic, the lights above seem awfully busy. PI become homoerotically interested in returning to your fan. Bum bum bum. Oh, sorry, my thingy-majig's being weird. Huh. Seems to be working. Okay. Boom. Hmm. The magnetism you feel towards your trusty fan is as powerful as it is inexplicable. More divine forces compel you to bring the fan somewhere else. PI, dump the fan through the jacuzzi. You're not sure why you're doing this, but it feels important. You offer a newfound parting words to your breathing device and drop it in the bubbly vat. MK is sort of weirding you out from in there. Next. PI, return to the battle. On the way back, you spot a lovely sombrero. Some careless fellow has left it on the floor. You imagine that chap must be heartbroken about it. What a shame. You put it in your inventory. Next. This room you can spy a Captain Sextant. Scans Sans telescope. You that's pretty good. You ogle the curious navigation apparatus for a moment. AS retrieves Snoop bus for it is too important to be lost. It is drifting far out of reach. I'm sorry. You have to know when it's time to say goodbye. Throw weapons into the lights. Waiting for a gap in the cinder block cycle, you start with the handgun, lobbing it into the port side red light. Next. Oh, cool. Throw a Tommy gun. You lob the Tommy gun into the starboard side yellow light. Next. It emerges from the port side red pothole. HD, throw a machine gun. Shit. Finally. You lob the machine gun through the port side green light. Boom. Damn, perfect. The hairpin emerges from the starboard side yellow portal, unlocking the final lock. Next. Oh, he's not going to be a pretty lad, is he? Oh, that's pretty demony. Yeah. Yeah, pick up Captain Sextant. Yeah. Ooh. You pick up the sniper rifle. It is a powerful weapon capable of transforming anyone with a keen ogle into a death bringing from afar. Unfortunately, it is practically useless without its telescope. Next. Below, the candy mecha's legs scramble around like a chicken whose head decapitated itself and flew into the sky to fight a demonic mob boss. ZAD. Zombie Truffle Shuffle. Ooh. Ooh, oh, he's getting fancy with it now. Can it even be called a truffle shuffle at this point? You make your Swiss cheese brain self-useful and turn your ordinary lead-footed zombie shuffle into a zombie truffle shuffle. Huh. Or is it that you turn your ordinary truffle shuffle into a zombie truffle shuffle? Either way, this attack proves to be absolutely pointless. Can you make a fire into MK's mouths? Pew 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 pew. Pew. The stubborn monster shuts his various traps. You'll have to catch him off guard if you want to get that blood sugar up. ZAD, FAD, and AD, triple truffle shuffle. Hitting truffle shuffle levels that shouldn't be possible. Alright. Well, you missed the candy, thus making him still impervious to attacks. But I guess you didn't notice that. You strike your pose, readying yourselves for the ultimate coup de blubber trifecta. Next. Suckle Floggin. Comb Rave? But wait. It looks like you can't execute your ultimate attack yet. You will need to collect enough Pang Nectar to process into the amount of Jacuz honey needed to fill your Suckle Flagon before you can max out your Comb Rave meter. God, it's almost like you never played this game before. Fiesta Ace slammed down his hat. Fiesta Ace slams down his hat in frustration. Next. Pickle Inspector politely suggests a replacement hat. DMK Thorn Cuddle. Targeting Corsair Dick. DMK's spiky barb molests every pocket of his portly carriage in humiliating manner. You wish all your friends weren't around to see this. Your treacle Aegis takes a hint. Leer. A bulgar glum spine flagellum. Flagellum. Flagellum? 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 I know this, man. Ah. Unfroze itself rudely and has a gander at PI. The leer of the prickly vegetable disquiets you. Zombie Ace salivates at the savory-looking tendril. You wonder what sorts of nectar it harbors. I'm late because I was watching another stream. Okay. Well, welcome here. Welcome back. What was the fan? In a flailing panic, the mecha's legs blast off. It accidentally drops the fan down to Whore Island. All the whores scatter for cover. You'd probably better get out of the way too. Next. Okay, now what the hell do you do? Well, you mull it over. A cheese truck passes by. You see something peculiar inside its rear cabin, illuminated by a strange light. You wonder where the truck is going. HD, hail a cab and follow the cheese truck. You whistle down a cabbie and flip him a spondulick. You tell him there's more where it came from if he keeps the heat on that cheese truck. Next. The truck passes through the city's square shoulder tolls, where a stiff dairy tax is levied on local distributors. You cannot pass through the booth because your vehicle is improperly shaped. You catch a glimpse into the illuminated rear cab opening. There appears to be a mustachioed man sitting there patiently. You wonder what the heck is going on here. AC, pursue on foot. Ask toll operator for directions. Oh shit. We get to see downtown. Hmm. I've been to. Wait, actually, how many cities have I been to? I think I've only been to like two real cities. I guess three. I don't really count Orlando though. Not really a city where I was at. Hmm. Gutter pipe projects. Jack squat underpass. Hmm. I'm not like the biggest fan of the city's layout, but it's a city. The toll booth operator hands you a map of the downtown districts. A part of the map has been circled. NB. Get the hell out of the fan's way. Boom. Good thinking. You avoid the enormous fan in the nick of time. Next. You enter the sleazy brothel. The decor seems unusual, lavish and seductive, yet festooned with gorgeous sculptural wall paintings. Is this a bordello matron's lair? Matron lair? I don't know who that is. Actually, I guess. Or that's who is bordello? Okay, actually curious on this reference. Oh, okay. Okay. This is kind of confusing. You wonder where the madam is. Next. The fan plug crashes through the ceiling. NB, ride the plug like a mechanical bull. Next. Oof. Wow, what a fucking waste of time. Actually, this is a lot of fun. ZAD, sample DMK's tentacle with a nice bottle of Merlot. Oh. You dine on this sumptuous, sumptuous creeper with a gluttonous abandon, releasing a steady flow of thick paying nectar. FBI suggestion FBI suggestion for a nice wine to complement the meal goes boorishly disregarded. Next. I don't really drink wine. I don't have enough wine experience to know what a good wine is. I drink Pinot Noir and call it a day because it goes with most things I eat. DMK smarts from a voracious nibbling, leaving his mouth vulnerable to a salvo. The candy mecha seizes the opportunity. The gum spine flagellum retreats into its thorny bramble. DMK's blood sugar elevates next. The paying nectar is collected by energetic worker bees. Next. Impetus calm. Oh shit. They're like a not a composer, a conductor. Uh, they busily set to work building an impetus calm transmute the bitter nectar into sweet jacuz honey. Recently collected nectar is stored between the walls of the newly erected Sierpinski cells. They labor until the instructions of their chief architect. They labor on the instruction of their chief architect. I've only ever tried conducting like, oh, I hit the mic a couple times. I'm not built to be a conductor. NB plug fan into enormous outlet. You're not sure if there's an enormous outlet around here. And anyway, you can't even lift the enormous plug. It's too heavy for a delicate flower like you, Toots. NB, equip corset. Okay. You don the aspect corset. You feel so womanly now. You can hardly breathe. On an unrelated note, the thing sure is tight. Also, your feet suddenly feel wet for some reason completely unfathomable to you. It appears to harbor inscrutable mystical properties. NB, add stripper container to inventory. You equip the stripper. NB, go through eye doctor. Eye door. How did I say doctor? Maybe I need an eye doc. Maybe I need my eyes checked. Private booths. In this room, 3 curtained doors of varying shapes await. This is where the performers enter, whatever the heck that means. Of course, that's the most fun mechanic. HD Research Cheese Truck, the gutter pipe project. Boom. The cheese truck has eluded you, but you follow the map to the gutter pipe projects, which is just a few blocks away. H, unmute Professor B. He's been silent long enough. Oh, shit. It's about time, friend. Once we have completed building your impetus calm, and all of its juice, Joku's honey has ripened, and it's sweet as can be, that is when the fun begins. Next. Tecton Hive. 8, 7, 6, 5. We then bring to the Tecton Hive to dispense the honey. We will place the comb in the slot available depending on its size. The next comb we build after that will be a notch bigger. Each time you put a comb in the hive, the honey will fill your suckle receptacle and you will get to use the comb rave. A very powerful attack. The bigger the comb, the richer the honey, and the more devastating the rave. As long as you keep providing the nectar, we'll keep building bigger and bigger combs until the 8th comb is complete. That will be one honey of a rave. I'm a bee. Thank you. Next. Lazy Susan of Endowment. Oh, wait. When tapping the Necton Hive, all you have to do is rotate the Lazy Susan of Endowment to choose which suckle receptacle the honey will drop into. The corresponding character is then able to perform his or her calm rave. Each character has a unique rave and a different one for each power level, so choose wisely. HD, climb ladder and look into pipe. Curiosity gets the best of you as you decide you must sleuth this contraption. You poke your fair features into the pipe. It is dark and damp. There is the distant sound of whirring mechanical device. Next. You slip and fall in. NB, enter the far right room. Oh, that doesn't sound like a good idea to you since you are improperly shaped. It's probably impossible, or at least highly inappropriate. NB, take off all your clothes and enter the left door. No. You consider stripping before you enter, but there are no mirrors around to apply stripper to. You decide to forget it and just enter the tall private booth. Next. Oh. Oh my. The dog. There is a tall window in the booth. On the other side is your spectator, a mannerly highbrow. He seems to have been waiting here patiently for a while. There does not appear to be any glass in the window, On the other side, a coin operated meter ticks down. The highbrow has likely supplied it with a spondilic or two for his viewing pleasure. There's a lovely Merle on the wall beside you. Next. Oh. The gutter pipe projects you through the motion picture projector, which is currently showing a burlesque flapper act in an empty theater. However, the lens is focused such that the image projects very small on the screen. It needs to be adjusted if the patrons want to get an eye full of all those smooth alabaster gams. AH, mute B again. No! Mute. Don't ask me about. Don't ask me again about muting pro tips. Next. And having actual pro tips could have been kind of fucking annoying in a story. I could have been pretty. I could be pretty. It could have been pretty interesting. That gives me an idea. I like that idea for something else. It looks like DMK's blood sugar is gradually decreasing through some sort of diabolical or degenerative ability. Son of a bitch. AS aggress. You clearly have no time to lose. You order Team Sleuth to stop mincing around with bees and wine and shit and get busy aggressing his thorny ass. Except you realize you don't actually have any weapons. You use them to unlock his armor. And all PI has is that stupid, useless sextant. This is sort of embarrassing. DMK is not wasting any more time either. He's powering up for a major assault. DMK, combat operandi, Cinder Oblocalypse. That's good. Oh, oh my. Next. That's pretty good. Good use of impact frames. Okay. So I actually have like a okay, right now in time I have like an annoyance with like impact frames like this. Expect like in particular because of modern anime I feel like uses too many impact frames. Like the popular shonen ones use like just use too many right now. And it's the more you use in your story, it feels like the less impactful they feel in the fight, right? Like I think I've seen some One Piece fights. I'm not caught up, but I see clips and videos of like a lot of fights and things, and just it's just too much of this. What is it? JJK slightly has this issue too. Um, I think this current arc is gonna have I in this current arc there's gonna be what is it? Sukuna versus Gojo, and I'm hoping they don't go fucking crazy with the impact frames. I think it'll make the fight seem less cool. Boom, boom, boom. Next. Trick, trickle, Aegis. Trickle, Aegis. Trickle, trickle, Aegis. Oh. Next. Bro, Aegis. Fiesta Ace loses a couple of beans from his Friole Aegis. He's got about a million more, making him practically indestructible. Nevertheless, he prefers to distance himself from the needlessly ethnic defense modality. Next. Auto parry. I am not getting sick of that at all, actually. Zombie Ace simply auto parries the attack, maturing a new parry craft. Bruised fruit, half price. Fuck, this is my goat. This is actually my goat. For JJK, it's best when it's a black flash. Yeah. Like, it's like the only time they should use it is when it's a black flash. I guess maybe not only time. Oh, hold on, I gotta. Um, I just misspelled goat 3 times. I am not a very well-adjusted person, I guess, with a keyboard. The Candy Mecha has been destroyed. DMK level 10. Thorn Cuddle, Ape Shit, Bramble Fuck. Boom. Level 10. Fuck. Before you have a chance to do anything, DMK uncorks another doozy of an attack. Shameless flagella. Flagella? Flagella. Flagella. It's Gia. Gia? Gila. Yeah. Wiggle about, molesting everything in sight. Next. No. Your treacle agases. Agases. Agases? Have already been depleted to a near critical level. Who'd thought? Oh, who'd have thought the final boss would be such a pain in the ass? And B, you stripper on mural. Uh, are all three of them out of their like lives? I can't remember. Pretty sure. I know these two are. Is he out of his lives? Can't remember. Do these ones get lives? The man has levied good money to watch you strip. And you're not one to disappoint. Oh my. Next. Oh, he's getting steamy. Getting a little steamy in here. The highbrows monocle fogs up. Splash a little on the wall. And be splash a little on wall. Oh. Next. The highbrow is quite pleased. Edie, enter mouse hole, given your small height attribute. Yeah. This seems like the only feasible exit, all dimensional parameters considered. NB strip rest a mural. You're prepared to douse the entire wall with the stripper. Nah, not 8. I think everyone's alive except the girls. Okay. Maybe it's because it's lives and girls in the same sentence? Incinerate the painting with the flamethrower. Oh. Shit. The coin operated timer runs out. The peep show is over. The mannerly highbrow having received his money's worth. The tall window switches to a different view. Go in. Okay. Oh. You went to the studio of Madame Morel. Merrill. The brothel's matron slash artisan. Above is an outlet, which might be useful for plugging something into, as long as the plug is the right size and the outlet is supplied with power. HD climb ladder equip corset. You just do it, huh? The madam doesn't seem to have noticed you. You climb the ladder. You don the scale bodice. Bodice? You've never felt so shapely. The whores compliment you on your glamorous new look. AS used delegation skills to call 4 nations to your aid. Oh shit. DMK is powering up for yet another devastating attack, ostensibly his finishing move. Thinking fast, you commune with the 4 kingdoms from afar. In the meantime, you order Skipper Inspector to put some of that nautical prowess to work with some evasive maneuvers. Next. The kingdoms assemble 4 of their mightiest heroes to come to your aid. The Weasel Warrior, the Elf Mage, the Hog Cleric, and the Clown Bard. OMG, I'm so late. Digif is Kyo, Disfow, is Obja. Yup. Together they prepare how harrowing the harrowing climb up their side of the cathedral of sneaked ascension. Make universe do a barrel roll. Skipper puts a mean spin on the ship's wheel. Heck. The others grab to the ship's netting for stability. DMK attack is interrupted. He's going to be sick. Good job pronouncing that. Thank you. Thank you. I am a reader now. Not an expert reader, but I am a reader to an extent. Okay. Real roll. This is where you start to really love problems, Sleuth. Yes, I do remember that. I actually did mention that earlier too. I believe actually. Okay. Oh, this is a Reddit image. I don't want to pull up a Reddit image. I don't like. I'll take a screenshot of the Reddit image to pull up. There we go. So like Reddit kind of annoys me because every time you use like one of their things, it like goes on their own webpage. But like, okay, so learn the difference, man. So this is an aileron roll, and this is a barrel roll. So this is a barrel roll. So we think this one's a barrel roll just because of what is that? Star Fox. Was it 64 or was it just normal Star Fox? I actually have not played either of those games, and I just know it's from Star Fox, like the old meme. But the meme's wrong because this is a barrel roll, and that's a fun little tidbit of information you can use to be seen as a bigger nerd than maybe you truly are, or maybe just prove something that you are a big nerd if you know this. And now that I share the information, I've I guess technically I don't increase like how many nerds there are because if you're already looking at my stream, you are a nerd. Did I really get a work email at 7 p.m.? Huh. Thought I had that disabled so I can't get stuff after work. Okay. Hmm. I might have to respond to that one. No, I should be fine. I can do that like tomorrow morning. DMK pukes a deluge of pie filling. The deck is a gooey mess. It's disgusting. DMK battle technique. Why is my stream bitrate so low? My bitrate is super low. What happened? Does my internet service provider not like me anymore? 2025 2000 kilobytes per second? That's not right. That's not right at all. Oh, there we go. Now we're back to 6K. Okay. That could have caused issues. Huh. Well, let's see what this is. Oh. I guess I should have assumed it was something with the eyes. DMK goes ahead and deals in heavy an attack anyway. The volatile pie filling has ignited. It was a combo attack? Oh, the armor's gone. Your triacle aegis have been reduced to 0. Your candy armor disintegrates. NB, go through tall window. Did they like shrink a little bit? Shrink a little bit? Or flatten or just angle? It's probably just angled, yeah. You exit the rear cabin of the bread truck. The distortion forces of the oddly shaped portal squeezes your dimension to be even taller and narrower. Never mind, that did happen. This simply won't do. You're already self-conscious about your gangly frame. And be loosened drawstrings on corset. Oh. You slacken the string on the aspect corset, which was too tight anyway. Your aspect ratio shortens and widens back to normalcy. NB, okay, nothing to do out here. Go back in. Yeah, I was about to think. Yeah. Oh my gosh. No. Thank HD. Thank horns for compliment. Ah, there's no. Where's my tall lady at? Madam Earl flicks you through the scale bonded, bondice. What does that do next? Huh. You are flushed out of the scale valve with new dimensions. Conjure frosting to extinguish flames. You counter the flammable pie filling with your own blended soothing, flame retardant cake frosting. Next. The flames have been extinguished. Next. You're happy you're not on fire and all, but you wonder why the hell Future Pickle Inspector is suddenly blue. Next. Future Pickle Inspector is wondering the same thing. It seemed at some point in the future, FPI, the red one, used combat operandi temporal replisimile, again dividing him into. One of them went into the past to become past future pickle inspector. PFPI, the blue one. That past moment is apparently now. And the other one went further into the future to become future pickle inspector, a color yet to present itself. FBI thanks PFPI for clarifying and asks him politely to go sit over there for the reminder of the battle to avoid confusion. Next. Oh, it's like toggle or sorry, not toggle. Oh, trouble. Toggle. No, it's sorry, right? No, sorry's the card one. Yeah. Death slides out of a chair in front of you. Play a friendly game of trouble. Yeah. Okay. You're not sure, but you think those might be sugar cubes in the pop-o-matic bubble. Is that actually what it's fucking called? It's actually called a pop-o-matic bubble. Huh. Okay. The more you know. DMK demote. He just did that. DMK depresses your pop-o-matic hats, stripping you of your seafaring status before you can wield any more of that devastating nautical prowess. Your nautical prowess plummets by a factor of 10. PS with hard-boiled voices say you're just getting started. Cool shit. Damn. Fuck, I do gotta say, man. Some of these like quick little like animations, good ass posing and lighting. It's so nice. Like, where does like the animation rate on Problem Sleuth compare to like Homestuck in like more like of a composition sense? Hmm. You're through letting the ordinary mob boss have his way with you. It's time to bring out the heavy firepower. I guess Homestuck goes more wild with it, with more like movements, more fine stuff too. And this is more simplified, just like strong poses because it's only like few drawings, right? Hussid is very good when he doesn't have to deal with colors. How many frames is this? Okay, hold on. That's one, two, three, four. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Or about 10 drawings. Okay. Yeah, because okay. Fuck. Huh. That's kind of weird, but it works. Hmm. You can literally see in Hussie's improvement in everything from Problem Suit to Homestuck. Yeah. Yeah, the only weird thing about this right now is this camera angle, but it works because how it like because of like what the movement is. Interesting. We don't really have a sense of him turning, but then he just suddenly he's like turned because he starts that way. Oh whoa, I skipped on accident. Yeah. So that's a sudden jump. That's the only weird part about it. Okay. Hmm. Not gonna lie, Homestuck could have been even more generational than it already is if it didn't use colors. If Homestuck didn't use colors, I would have no idea who half the characters were half of the time. Uh, hmm. I guess I wouldn't have. Huh. I'm curious now. Uh, fuck. Okay, this is gonna slow it down, but I can stay awake for 30 years. I don't gotta go to work tomorrow on time. Uh, uh, oh yeah, here we go. This would have been like the first thing. Turn that down. I don't know how loud that is. If it is even there. Okay, this is why I'm finding it like okay. So why I'm finding this more like I'm finding it like cooler in certain aspects is because Homestuck does a lot of like motion tweening. So you like a lot of motion tweenings of like different elements, right? And this is just like this is frame by frame completely. So it has a different feel. Okay. But what's a panel that does have a lot of frame by frame in like Homestuck? I'm curious now. Everything like I feel like only background elements have like frame by frame because it's like a really big on like using like puppets, right? Like all the characters are puppets. Yeah, good points and bad points to Hussie's ever changing art style. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of like moments that are like fully frame by frame with his hand drawn because he uses a lot of like puppets, which I don't have an issue with puppets at all. I like puppets. I mean, like a lot of my favorite animators are puppet animators. There's seriously a tier list for every major style. Huh. Huh. Would it have been on the Dave ones? Boom, boom, no. Yeah. I guess also another one of the things with Homestuck, right, is is that the speed of which he made everything, right? Yeah. So that movement, that seems like a little bit more of a hand drawn, unless it was like more stretched. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, it's the backgrounds that deal with more like certain things, but everything is just puppet sprite based. The big thing is just like timing and composition. It looks like, huh? Oh. I want to compare like direct. I want to compare direct things to each other. I don't know what would be like a hand drawn thing in Homestuck because Homestuck's main like style comes from the puppet and sprite use. Hmm. I guess that is just Homestuck, but oh, oh well. Oh, well, I really like his composition work, like how he does certain things. HD, turn crank on scale valve. The flow amplifies. Next. Huh. The scale bodice loosens its fits. HD, turn crank on upper valve. The style Hussey used specifically in that panel where Briska goes to where Luscious goes hard. I I actually have that panel on like easy access. That panel in particular. I just gotta like open it up. Um if it's the one I'm thinking of. I assume it's the same one, the one I'm thinking of. Assume it's like oh, oh wait. Okay, I gotta do this. I gotta do this a certain way. So I gotta do that into that into that. There we go. And then I can delete that. Okay. I assume this is the one you're mentioning. Yeah. That one's good. This whole sequence of panels is really good. I feel like this gives you a really good sense of like kind of who the character is for certain things. And then also paired with like the not the refrain, but when she goes to it again, I don't have all of those saved. I didn't think they were as cool as these ones, I don't think. Yeah. Mm. Okay. Well, the second set of images that are essentially these ones, but her happy and smiling are really cool. And but those ones end here and not here instead, where she's like sprinting down the stairs and with like having fun, being joyous. Those are cool panels too. And I I really do think Hussey gave Airden some of the coolest Homestuck panels. Like this guy's tough. Like this is tough as shit. Fuck, I don't know if it's tough as this though. Oh, you know, Briska, you can stay. Put you right there. Yeah. He locks the fuck in when he trusts character doing atrocities. Fuck, I get fuck kinda. Yeah. I guess it makes sense though. You don't want to do those things shitty. But I mean, not always atrocities, right? Is this an atrocity? Oh, fuck, this is the one with the John in the background. That's sad. Oh, fuck, this panel goes hard right here. I can put these guys right here. There we go. Boom. You tighten the apparatus. The aperture. The apparatus. Huh. The burlesque motion picture magnifies. Oh my gosh, I've been to a burlesque show. I've been to the Star Wars burlesque show. That one apparently is a one you have to go to if you're a Star Wars fan. I don't know if I agree with that after going to it. It's funny. It's a funny one though. I mean, considering how their relationship is going, kinda anyway. Problem Sleuth. Um, Relationships have their ups and downs. Oh. Huh. Not content messing around with this gizmo again just yet. You make one more adjustment. Use up the lever to aspect valve. NB, go get plug and bring through window. Boom. I miss my gal. Though you're a little stouter, you're still not strong enough to lift it. NB, loosen drawstring again. Oh my. Wait, how's that work? Huh. You become more horizontally generous. You're not totally sure how you feel about being so busty all of a sudden. Lift plug. You lift plug easily. Summon Weasel King. P.S. Oh wait. Here we go. Get out of here, boys. We'll put the yard of influence in here. Or foot, or whatever it was. The gloves are off. It's finally time to call on his majesty's services. You expend the required elf tears and weasel snots. Like next. Oh. Ooh, he does damage. The feisty monarch flips the fuck out in DMK's face. DMK takes heavy damage. The Weasel King flips the fuck back into his realm. Next. Oh, he regenerates health too. But looks like DMK has gradual health regenerative capabilities too. You throw down your head in disgust. You're going to need to dump as many powerful attacks into him as you can very quickly, as well as keep finding ways to raise his blood sugar. Jake Dirk, such an iffy ship for me. Jake Tab will always be my fave. I have no idea how that one exists at this moment in my reading in Homestuck. Run plug through corset into pipe and out projector. Huh. Sorry, the power of the corset only applies to sexy female figures. You have to get the plug to the pipe another way. Nice try though. Go through right door. Given your proportions, it now seems appropriate to go through the short wide door. A churlish toff is waiting patiently for his performance. It seems he is quite particular regarding the type of performer he has come to expect in his peeping habits. Next. The toff is irked by the class of talent his spondylus have paid for. He's a little perplexed by the giant plug, too. He can't imagine what kind of sordid spectacle the accessory will facilitate. He punches the coin return button beneath the slot. Next. The wide window switches to another view. NB, go through wide window. Ham. You exit the rear cabin of the ham truck, squashing your proportions even more. The look strikes you as unbecoming. Furthermore, the plug's proportions have been squashed too. Even if you did manage to shrink it down somehow, there would be no way you could fit into a normal outlet. Weird puzzle shit can be really frustrating sometimes. And we go back in through left door again. You head back to the familiar comfort of the tall window, and we go through tall window. You become elongated by a notch. You are no longer quite as strong. Your noodly arms begin to buckle beneath the big plug, which is also predictably elongated. HD turn crank on aspect valve. You give the crank a good hard whirl, elongating the valve. Next. The aspect corset tightens, seemingly by itself. This is quite alarming. Next. Oh, it punched it through. Okay. In this state, You are not even close to being strong enough to support the plug. It pushes you through the corset. Okay. That's pretty good. Patoo. You're flushed out of the aspect valve. P.S. Put skylight through small window. Hmm. Surveying what you have in your inventory to put to use. You remember one of the aces has a small window and you have a skylight with the battery pack. The windows become knotted in each other to the extent your stretch will allow. You will need to find a way to apply a lot more pressure to achieve the undesirable reaction. FBI counter jawbreaker bomb. You wrap a hard candy shell around the window to create the jawbreaker skylight bomb. Only the most powerful jaws will penetrate the shell, lobbing the DMK's mouth. Diesta A stomps tender flagella while you hurl the potent orb. Next. Stunned, DMK chomps down hard. Next. DMK's blood sugar skyrockets while taking insane damage all in one shot. You are splashed by a ridiculous quantity of paying nectar. Worker bees soon arrive to carry it away. NB plus HD go down projector pipe. She's just fucking tall, dude. Both of you are easily small, narrow enough to fit into the small aperture. Next. You are projected into the room at normal scale. NB plus HD go downstairs through eye door. These are customer entrances for private booths. All of these doors are locked, occupied by various distinguished gentlemen. There are switches on the ceiling. Only someone with an extraordinary tallness attribute can operate them. NB examine middle switch. Front, rear. There's something odd about this switch. It is the only one of the three switched to rear instead of front. Next. Cutscene. Meanwhile, the middle booth, a dapper swain enjoys the view from his window. The road rushes away from him, producing a very convincing illusion that he is riding in the back of some sort of vehicle. He is having the time of his life. Flip switch. You flip it to front. The swain's view is switched to a small dark interior filled with crates of what appears to be cheese. At the end of the cabin is a small door marked driver's hatch. The swain finds this development most unwelcome. Swain insert coins into coin slot. Growing impatient, the swain levies a few copper spondylix to pay for a better show. The view in the window switches. He sits back and waits for his entertainment to begin. MB, go back to put on your corset. Your work in there is nearly done, so you leave. You put your aspect corset and nudge your proportions back down to normal. HD, enter MM's studio. Madame is enraged to see you have returned. She thinks as long as you're so intent on being here, she might as well put you to work. Next. She equips you with the scale bodice, shoves you through the lobby door, and locks it behind you. It's high time you get some mileage out of those gams and earn your keep around here, dollface. P.S. Gambit schema. Candy corn vampire. Oh. God. Dude. It's Kanaya. Spooky Gambit aethers envelop you. You feel powerful transformation taking place, but wait. It seems you have not carved your schema pumpkin, and thus cannot employ your Gambit schemas. In fact, you don't think you have a schema pumpkin. You are quite sure there are no schema pumpkins lying around, and probably never will be. Check progress on Tecton Hive. Chapter 15. It looks like the bees have collected enough paying nectar to complete an impetus comb rich with dripping jocose honey. Happy Halloween. It's not Halloween just yet. Next. In fact, they collected so much nectar from the previous attack, they've managed to complete the next few combs as well. Oh, wow. Bees place impetus combs in Tecton Hive. Combs are fitted in the appropriate slots, and the honey begins to flow. Fill a stick, suckle, or something. Okay, okay. So this is like weird. Okay, there's this. I found a yellow jacket hive on my like house late summer, and it was like kind of like semi big, and I was like a little scared to go deal with it, and I was waiting until it got cool to go do it. And by the time I remembered, a lot of snow built up. With this snow buildup, it's like now annoying to go get the hive down. And now I have to wonder, do I just go get it down? Or do I wait a little bit for it to warm up a little bit? So I gotta like go through the cold. Because like last weekend it was like minus, I think last weekend it was minus 50 outside, 60. I think this weekend is supposed to get minus 40, minus 50 again, maybe. I think. It was really cold. It was not an enjoyable time. So there's like just like a little like yellow jacket hive on my like where I'm at. But these bugs don't exist in the winter. So there should maybe only be a queen in there, if that. Actually, I don't even know if those bugs even return back to their own hive, or they like get a whole new one when they come back. I don't I don't know what they do. If I get rid of it, will it just appear somewhere else? Hmm. I guess this is what happens when you live in the woods. Fillet stick suckle receptacle. Suckle flagon. Comb rave. You spin the lazy Susan of endowment to fill the suckle flagon. 80's comb rave meter maxes out. Fill fiesta a stick suckle receptacle. Suckle crute. Comb rave. You fill the suckle crute. FAD's comb rave meter maxes out. Fill zombie a stick suckle receptacle. Oh, it's a little decanter. Suckle decanter. You feel the suckle decanter. ZAD's comb rave meter maxes out next. Damn, okay. The three of you combined may now execute a rare and devastating triple comb rave. You will have to think long and hard about which attack you would like to use. The decision will occupy a big chunk of the battle while you chew the fat. Take your time. HT equip paint roller. You pick up the paint roller and paint the bucket. And the paint bucket. On the other side of the square window, the dapper swain waits for his show. On the wall is an exquisite mural, the perfect backdrop for various burlesque indes. Okay, yeah, I gotta like think for a second. I know this word. Indecencies. There we go. Roll some paint on the mural. You covered up a bit, being the saucy little tease you are. Next. Ooh. The swain is picked by the steamy display. His busy fingers start a small mustache fire. Next. Meanwhile, the mannerly highbrow is somewhat disconcerted by the view through his expired window. It is a narrow cabin stocked with bread. Highbrow, go through driver's hatch. You climb the driver's seat of the bread truck. Get in passenger seat. Didn't realize there was room for a passenger seat. The highbrow bobs his head politely and asks, "When to, miss?" FBI conjure candy telescope for sniper rifle. It just works like that. It looks delicious, but it is completely non-functional. Despite your most concentrated ogle, you can't see through it at all. What a useless piece of shit. Yeah, throw it away. You toss it overboard next. It bounces off a random truck driving by into a traffic light. Next. Oh. Oh shit. You're a fucking genius, future PI. The huge candy sculpt takes DMK by surprise directly in his mouth. It's like fucking DMX. His blood sugar reaches a critical limit. It is time to strike while the iron is diabetic. Comb rave, triples, truffle, shuffle. Oh, unheard of. Fiesta Ace begins by sending ominous lard wobbling tremors throughout the cosmos. You issue a hard boiled line before dealing the attack. Suckle on this receptacle. Next. Triple. Truffle. Shuffle. Next. Ooh. Ooh. That's fucking good. Scuffle. Fuck. Next. Holy shit. They're giving him the works. I don't know this yet. Damn. Holy shit, they're that kid from the Goonies. The blubbery onslaught has easily wiped out the reminder of DMK's health meter. The critical wounded boss descends next. DMK's nether regional vulnerable bulb blooms, briefly exposing his weak spot. P.S. Spelchitude? 1,000 voices from afar seem to ring in your mind. They chime in unison the name of your ultimate attack. Yes. Yes. Now was like the perfect time for. Next. Nope. You're still jumping the gun. In spite of the penchant for self destruction, you still just don't have the offensive gravitas for that attack. You'll need a level 8 impetus comb field before you can rain that awful shitstorm down on everyone. Didn't I mention? I'm almost positive I did. PI, no scope. DMX's weak spot with the sniper rifle. Can he just do that? You just don't have the right angle on the vulnerable from the deck. Besides, the meager bullets from a sniper rifle probably wouldn't do much damage to such a hardy foe. The key to making the weapon useful must be the telescope. You just don't see any alternative. Swap hats with DMK. The idea is utterly ridiculous on its face. Nevertheless, while everyone else is distracted with doing things that actually make sense, A-Stick seizes the opportunity. All he can really manage to do is climb on top of the stunned DMK's hat and look foolish. FAD throw a crate at DMX. With your awesome Latin vim, you hoist the enormous crate easily. You take aim at the vulnerable bulb, but again, you have a tricky angle on it. You throw it anyway. Next. The crate sails past the weak spot, missing it completely. Yeah, I turn wheel 180 degrees. With the steady hand gained from minutes of experience as the ship's courageous skipper, you flip the universe. Next. The rest of the sleuth crew grab hold of the netting. A-Stick takes up secure perch of DMK's hat. Next. The crate comes back down and clocks the weak spot for massive damage. Next. The blow depletes DMK's supply of solidarities frankincense. His supplies of Spongmarath and Pep Gold each remain. The vulnerable begins to close back up next. The bulb closes and DMK reascends / descends depending on whether you flip the universe right side up yet. which I guess you have. Oh, my, oh, he gets a double health bar. Does he get a double, like, other bar too? The blood sugar? DMK rotates his head to exhibit a fresh face complete with not one but two fully replenished health meters. You consider his rejuvenation to be highly predictable since, let's face it, there are just too many cool attacks you haven't gotten around to using yet. He just gets stronger and stronger. DMK. Level 1000 running numbers. Roll for dexterosity. What is the line? Phase 4. What is this line? Oh. You roll 1000 loaded sugar cube dice to improve your fortune. They all come up in your favor. The the fix is in, see. Jet streams of dextrose enter your mouth, treating your critical hypoglycemia hypoglycemia. I can't read. DMK is not completely cured of diabetes. Oh, you will have to find another way of lowering his defenses. You have to worry about your own defenses too, for that matter. He's gearing up for another round of attacks. P.S. Ask FPI to conjure a schema pumpkin. He is about to comply, but you tell him not to bother considering one is available for a brief window of time at the strike of midnight on Halloween. Oh, okay. So this was Halloween and I missed it. Okay. Oh, I was looking at the date and I got too enveloped. Midnight. 10/31/08, and also considering what a schema pumpkin has clearly been in plain view this whole time, and always has been. Stupid. P.S. Wonder what happened to the 4 warriors. Meanwhile, on level 794 of the Tower of the Syndicate Ascension. Next. Why are these guys here? Wait. Why is it making them cry? I guess I don't fully know. What happened? What happened before? Oh, what happened in the last one? The 4 warriors valiantly melee their way through repulsive foes and onward to the top of the tower. They only have several thousand more levels to conquer. P.S. What pumpkin? Gambit scheme, but candy corn vampire. This fucking pumpkin. Oh shit. Okay. Now I know what to say when I hear that. Fuck. This fucking pumpkin's what pumpkin. Using one of your trusty knives, you carve your favorite spook schematic into your pumpkin. Terrifying gambit aethers flow from the supernatural gourd and permeate your artifice ambient. You undergo an incredible transformation. Next. A spook schematic for the candy corn vampire is complete. Next. Candy corn vampire. Next. Brightness flicker. That lasts till like February. That's pretty good. Gambit schema. Tootsie Roll Frankenstein. On another part of the same pumpkin, you carve spook schematic for Tootsie Roll Frankenstein. Next. You. Gambit schema. Gummy worm zombie. Next. I realized we had room for a gummy worm zombie. NB ask hi brother drive to the gutter pipe projects. Oh. The eyebrow takes you to the Fromagier district through the Beanpole Alley. Next. Unfortunately, your vehicle cannot possibly fit through the square shoulder tolls on the and onto the Boucher district. Boucher? district? You will need another form of transportation. You seem to have no choice but to wait around for one. What goes in the square hole? Like fucking everything. While you are waiting, the highbrow makes an uncharacteristically impolite advance. Awkward moments ensure. Damn. Damn. HD, cover up the rest of the mural. Boom. Oh. Ooh. The risk. The risque performance has the swain in a lambidious, libidinous conniption. Conniption? He busies both ends of his twizzled blackened mustache. Luckily, he had the foresight to violate brothel policy and disable the both smoke detector, as many savvy oglers in this establishment are keen to do. Next. But wait, it looks like the nostrils of the bull in the mural are actually a pair of electrical outlets. Are you sure it's wise to paint over those? I don't know. HD, yeah. Paint over those too. You zap the mural and the outlet with your stun gun. Next. Oh my gosh. Are we killing this guy? The outlets are fried. The Windows coin op device shorts out. Pose as team. Pose as a team because shit is more real than ever. Vampires are pretty cool. You copy and paste your previous poses into a new document in a lazy yet very hard-boiled manner and rapidly animate the background colors. You're quite sure that shit has never been this real and probably never will be again. Next. Fiesta Fiesta Ace Dick thinks this Halloween costume stuff is some serious, ridiculous bullshit. He decides to go downstairs and mess up MK's forts. He's not sure why no one ever thought to do that. Next. He's fucking still trapped on top of DMK's hat. Ace Dick feels left out of this cool gambit scheme on action. He doesn't care how real shit just got. This is just complete and total bullshit. Next. Game of life. Death shows up with the game of life. The irony of it is lost upon your stout imagination. He says nothing fancy, no dueling for souls or anything, just to pass the time if you're down with that. Next. Meanwhile, past future Pickle Inspector continues to operate the pop-o-matic bubble, still attempting to get the sugar cubes to roll in his favor. DMK, level 20, Thorn Cuddle, Snuggle Barb, Pickle Poke. DMK lets loose a writhing bewilderment of ill-mannered flagella. Next. Auto parry. Oh, okay. PS takes advantage of his heightened vampire speed. You can't cuddle what you can't catch. Next. The slower members of your party are less fortunate. Oh. He did an auto parry? Oh my god. Is this even an upgrade for my boy? Your flicker attribute wane only slightly, though, on account of your respectively monstrous constitutions. Monstitutions? All three of your ripeness attributes decrement by the same degree as your scheme of pumpkins gradually become a little less fresh with each passing minute. When either of these two attributes reach is 0, what was that noise? Whether either of these two attributes reach 0, your Gambit Schema upgrade will expire. GPI fondly regard. Frenulation. That's quite exquisite. You finally regard it for hours. P.S. Summon Mo. Who's Mo? You call forth the blistering white hot fury that is Mo. I will never know who Mo is. Next. PS. Unsummon Mo. You unsummon Mo. Mo will be of absolutely no use to you in this battle whatsoever. Recap, please. Oh my. While Ace Dick sets up the rather complicated board game, Death clicks his ballpoint scythe and jots down a few notes in his tome of wayfaring souls. He documents the table of 3 detectives trapped in their offices. In the due course of time, they escape from their offices, only to discover they were still trapped in what could loosely be considered a larger office building, held hostage by an unscrupulous mob boss named Mobster Kingpin. MK wets his bill in just about everything: liquor, bootlegging, laundering, embezzling, treasure concealed in stone busts, prostitution outfits orchestrated by his madam accomplice along with sinister urban mural rackets. Additionally, MK guards the Megaton key, required by the sleuths to exit the real city streets, which are dire need for their sleuthing services. The detectives are able to escape their offices by accomplishing various feats both inside their offices and on the imaginary city streets, a realm accessible by ways twofold through A. Electrically powered window portals, and B. Alcohol fueled spells of imagination from within the safety of a smaller fort. The detectives additionally advanced their situation by forming alliances with various kingdoms residing on the flip side of the imaginary universe. Problem Sleuth befriended elves, Pickle Inspector befriended weasels, and Ace Dick befriended hogs, and unfortunately, Mobster Kingpin has made an ally as well in clowns. Each aided his ally in its struggle against its wearing party to receive boons for their efforts. Eventually, Problem Sleuth used his heightened diplomatic abilities to resolve all disputes among the kingdoms, thus winning him favor for the Weasel King. Through the boons of their respective efforts, the sleuths gained a mysterious form of cognizance regarding their female alter egos. PS cognized awareness of hysterical dame, PI cognized nervous broad, and, of course, AD merely cognized himself for lack of imagination. These ladies were revealed to be trapped in a dollhouse in MK's office, a room which he himself was proven to be trapped in as well, only freeing himself upon receiving his boon from the clowns. The females had to overcome their prisons as well as their diminutive sizes by accomplishing various feats within their rooms, utilizing size-altering portals to and from the imaginary universe involving a music box, a storefront, a mirror, a manhole, and a jacuzzi. Meanwhile, the sleuths engage in battle with various demons in the imaginary universe, gradually increasing their skill levels and adding to their repertoires of battle techniques and combat operandi. At one point, a stick brewed a batch of candy corn liquor. The resulting explosion from the volatile concoction is ultimately what freed them from their offices. For him, by blowing a hole in his front wall; for the PS, by triggering an event which caused the oboe to be dislodged from the back doors. Later, Pickle Inspector drank the candy corn liquor to max out his imagination gauge, giving him tremendous powers in the imaginary universe. His powers led to these consequences: A. Splitting himself into 8 clones. B. One of those clones turning into a monster which killed most of the clones, and was then shot by. C. One which summoned a candy mech and then later killed by the female AD in the dollhouse. D. One rising into the sky and becoming Godhead Pickle Inspector. E. One using abstracted thought, allowing the real PI to function in reality, while the imaginary ones remain. F. The final remaining one using temporal replica simile, splitting himself in two. One disappearing into the past, PPI, and the other in the future, FPI. Also, meanwhile, A Stick, the original one, found the control room containing a complicated puzzle and a code machine. First, he tried jumping out of his sideways window, fell through the imaginary universe sideways, and died. In taking a step back, he used a code machine to skip ahead to the point in the game where the complicated puzzle was solved. It was later determined that it was past Pickle Inspector who went back in time to solve this puzzle and then died. Upon solving the puzzle, a hatch opened, allowing him to travel to the imaginary universe to collect his boon from the dogs. A little later, Problem Sleuth found the control room too. He used the code machine to return to an earlier state in the game, to the moment before A Stick jumped out the sideways window. This time, AD was able to jump into the storefront before falling to his death. He emerged from Hysterical Dame's music box, causing him to be very small. He eventually came to be normal sized by using the various size altering portals. This is how there came to be 3 A Sticks. Furthermore, by this point, there were 2 Pickle Inspectors, the original, real one, PI, and his superpowered imaginary form in the future, FPI. After PS used the code machine to create the third AD, he then jumped through the upside down window with the parachute to fall through the sky of the imaginary universe, past the sleazy brothel in the sky, landing in the Weasel King's palace. This is how he came to be charged with diplomatically resolving the tensions among the 4 kingdoms. However, he was only successful upon looking up a cheat code on game FAQs and printing it out. The printout was generated in the alchemy room, which PI took and used in the code machine to skip ahead to the successful political negotiation. As a boon, PS received a great deal of ammunition, elf tears, weasel snot, hog slop, pie filling, and the loyalty of the Weasel King, and was returned to reality. He then collaborated with the other ADs to fit the skulls of the sleuths previously slain into the slots to unlock the double doors. In the alchemy room, PI also printed out a receipt for 5-alarm hot sauce, which involves a chipotle pepper, a rare item which proved to be found beneath AD's hats. One of the ADs prepared the concoction in the hot sauce still and waited for it to mature. Upon freeing themselves from the dollhouse, HD ambient female AD encountered MK, who just returned to his office. This sparked yeah, this spark. Sorry, I was sent an image and it's this sparked a fierce battle, whereby the heroines dealt damage to MK by raising his blood sugar and using powerful attacks such as their charm break and murder flux techniques. Power for these attacks was supplied when damage was taken by their counterparts. In the meantime, PS and the other 2 ADs were climbing the levels to MK's office, fighting monsters along the way. Damage they took fueled the female's attacks and vice versa. Okay, I'm getting Snapchats. I guess I'll look at those later. Scary. NB's murder flux was maxed out when PI was fooling around with windows in the control room. He dropped the one window through its own corresponding window portal. In spite of warnings from the honeybee professor, the reaction triggered a massive explosion, killing PI and the professor. The reaction triggered a massive explosion, killing PI and the professor. PI met with death for tea. The professor pollinated the floral fractal-based afterlife. Well, GPI fondly regarded it. After her attack, MK pushed NB through his office window. He fell through the sky in a nervous manner for some time until FPI appeared from the past and caught her. It's all so simple, truly. In the course of the Battle of MK, AD was killed in a suicide maneuver. He met PI and Death in the afterlife. Together, they eventually bested Death in a series of Sudoku-based challenges to return to life. Pickle Inspector would bring a tear to Death's eye by completing the labyrinthine pseudo-cube comprehensile. The earlier window explosion caused by PI was so massive it caused a city-wide blackout in the imaginary universe. The darkness triggered the release of the terrible demon called Feluthu, the final adversary PS would face at the top of the tower, which physically corresponded with the imaginary tower of Syndicate Ascension, connecting both sides of the universe. Feluthu would climb that tower and emerge through the Death Star window. PS would easily kill Feluthu with his trusty knives attack. On the way. Okay. I don't know if I would say he easily killed him with his trusty knives attack, but okay, if that's what I'm supposed, if that's what it was meant to, if that's what happened, that's what happened, I guess. On the way up, one of AD's was attacked by a zombie hired muscle, who would later prove to be a hero and became Zombie Ace Dick. ZAD snuck by Fluthu to discover the giant Bowen Stilson dog bust blocking MK's office door. Meanwhile, HD killed MK with Kiss of Death. However, MK snuck out of the afterlife while Death was distracted by PI and AD. MK revived himself with insulin shots and knocked HD out cold. He then built a fort out of his desk, drank some liquor, and retreated into the imaginary universe. Once the 5 alarm hot sauce was finished, the explosion destroyed the Bowen Stilson dog, allowing PS into MK's office to find MK in his forts. The other 80 drank the 5 alarm hot sauce and became a very strong Fiesta A stick. When FAD inverted the universe by flipping the window, this allowed MK to descend into demonhood to become Demon Head Mobster Kingpin. MK's final form. P.S. FAD and ZAD went through the office and upstairs to the deck of MK's imaginary pirate ship, the Chicago Overcoat. FAD had to destroy/dislodge a series of busts along the way, including a Snoop bust, which he tragically sent into the sky, never to be seen again. Mo. We love Mo. P.S. flipped the ship's steering wheel to invert the universe again to begin waging battle. P.I. and A.D., having bested Death, returned to the ship. FPI conjured candy armor for the party, which was quickly negated by DMK's powerful attacks. The Sleuth party countered with a series of their own attacks, raising DMK's blood sugar and dealing damage by summoning the Weasel King, conjuring a Jawbreaker Skylight Bomb, and invoking a Comb Rave to execute a ridiculously powerful triple truffle shuffle. DMK's first phase was defeated, only to reveal DMK's second phase with 2 fully revived health meters. To counter this, the Sleuth party invoked their Gambit schema to enhance their offensive and defensive attributes. Meanwhile, HD and NBs find themselves trapped in a sleazy brothel in the sky, where they pursue a mission to best Madame Morel, MK's female counterpart and brothel matron. The plug in a giant fan for some reason. Also, while DMK's weak spot was exposed, AD foolishly got on top of DMK's hats. The AD who was at one point the female AD, but now ironically functioned as the normal AD. Death met him on top of the hat, and then challenged him to a friendly game of life, which brings us to the perfect present moment. It's all so simple, you wonder why you would even bother to ask. HD, go through window. Huh. You exit the rear cabin of the cheese truck, which is parked somewhere on Bushehr District. Go ahead and go through window. You enter the rear cabin of the cheese truck and go through the driver's hatch. The single dame joins you. Where to, my good lady? HD, to the Fromager District. Oh, oh shit. You back through the square shoulder toll in reverse. It appears the driver for another local goods distributor is waiting for you. NB, loosen plug in the cheese truck. Okay, give me 1 second. I didn't hear a single thing when I was just sent. NB, loosen corset. Blood plug into cheese truck. Boom. You're going to need a stouter build to lift the plug. The highbrow is about to invite you to a box hustle, but is somewhat derailed by your transformation. Next. The flustered highbrow loses per chance of his monocle. You feed the plug through the truck's cabin square window, but you can go no further. It seems there's not enough slack in the cord. The rest of it must be bunched up and stuck outside the brothel. HE drive back to the Bushehr District. You tell Swain to step on it. The cord dragged further, creating an additional slack. Next. I guess that's how that works. Ho 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 ho. Always getting that view he wants. You thread the cord through the ham needle, one of the city's most famous landmarks. You pause nearby a ham truck. It appears some fellow was standing on top of its cabin, peering through his fancy opera binoculars to get a better look at something astounding he may have seen in the sky as she doubled back through the tolls. You head back to the Fromagere district. You think the cord now has more than enough slack for the rest of its journey. Private booth. You enter the last booth and exit the cabin of the ham truck, flatten out the proportions of you and the plug. The plug is now returned to its original proportions. 80, begin playing life. Oh. Because there aren't nearly enough side plots going on, you think it's time that you started this epic duel on top of a large hat. The game of life is set up. You and Death enter the game. But they're divvying up your starting cash. You choose the appropriate game pieces. Death uses his adding scythe to make careful calculations on how to utilize his funds. He considers a variety of college brochures to determine where he should begin his education. Life is a very serious business, and Death doesn't take it lightly. Next. Ace Dick grabs Death's cash and runs. Shit. You and Death into the peg slots of your game pieces. Death is in hot pursuit, taking shots at you with his anti-tank rocket scythe. This is extremely silly, but it is also incredibly serious business. FAD, ride MK's fort like a mechanical bull. Oh, we broke it. Yeah, oh shit. 4 heroes ascend to battle DMK. About fucking time. The gallant heroes, a locked in epic combat with the vile demon lout. Ogle Murubit, Prince of the Candy Bean Warlocks. They have reached level 33,333 of the tower, which means they are halfway to the top. Almost there. They were kind of quick. DMK, Combat Brendai, Clown Storm. Fuck, I'd play this game. Is this a game? Fuck. Fuck, this needs to be a game. The clown. Oh. The clown pontificate is summoned and wields his legendary hamper of jaded foul in you. Oh. Oh. Next. Oh my. In spite of your tremendous vampire speed, you simply cannot avoid the savage volley of floppy shoes. Next. All 3 flicker attributes have been damaged. Ripeness depletes steadily regardless. ZAD. Zombie Ace takes care of all the torches. Sorry, I got distracted by something. He takes on his saver, the scrumptious clown meat. Whistle Starlight. Oh. I read part of this. I didn't read all of this actually. I read a few pages of this one. This one's curious. I do plan on finishing this one though. Eventually. PFPI, cheat in the game of trouble. How do you cheat in trouble? After about 7 hours of horsing around the loathsome pop-o-matic bubble, you are now closer to landing a favorable roll with these stupid sugar cubes. You look around to make absolutely certain Death still away from the table. Next. You advance your pegs by 1 slot. Next. You're overwhelmed by feelings of guilt. You mature a new guilt tech shame of 1,000 bedwetting children. Fuck. That's how I feel 24/7. You know what? This is just me. Next. Put the piece back. Eddie take money to racetrack. Bet on ponies. Make a few sharp turns to ditch death. You head straight for the tracks, ready to pony up the dough to put yourself on easy street for life. Next. No! No. You speed through an intersection and run over a pedestrian. Next. You cradle her in your arms. She's slipping away from you. You beseech GPI for mercy, pleading that he spare this beautiful woman from such a cruel fate. A voice nearby reminds you that you're pleading with the wrong entity. Next. You desperately bargain with death, challenge him to any game you can think of for the fair damsel's life. Clue, Connect 4, Uno, Battleship, Sudoku. Well, okay, not Sudoku, but how about snakes and ladders? That's fun. What about hungry, hungry hippos? God, you love hungry, hungry hippos. Next. Death vanishes from the game. He has either moved by your plea or has more important business to attend to elsewhere. The woman's life is spared. You are so happy. 80. Punch woman and snap to establish superiority. No. No. Your superiority has been clearly established. Some bystanders admire your manly initiative. A stick marries wife Hurst. Okay, I guess. DMK's emotion level rises due to the poignant, tear-jerking moment taking place on top of his hat. In his emotional state, he is vulnerable to physical attacks. Oh! PS combat operandi, armistice. You expend the required units of Hogslop, pipe filling, and a single elf tier to invoke the mysterious command. Next. Oh. You summon death from the macabre realm. Or wherever the hell he was when you called them away. Next. You strike a diplomatic bargain with death and receive a boon. You've acquired Death Scythe. PS Aggress. Next. Oh. Fort Scythe. FDA beat the crap out of MK. You stand up to box MK's ears, but it seems he has fled the office. Next. MK deposits an ornate Persian rug over the trap door, then retreats down the stairs. FAD pursue MK. No. No, you fool. You fall right into MK's trap and slide down the dumb waiter's shaft into the back room of your office. MK enters his speakeasy and relodges the oboe between the doors. You're a little irked that someone would tamper with your carefully thought out security measures. Also, you wonder what the fuck happened to your beautiful bust. PS keep aggressing. Oh, what that one say? That one's Stilson. Stilson, dog scythe. Okay. Busting the drum. Like Kool-Aid Man. Boom. Oh yeah. Rumble. You feel the you feel a most unwelcome rumbling beneath your feet. FAD breakdown using door. Awesome Latin strength. Boom. Latent strength. Boom. You easily snap the thin, brittle instrument in half. You wonder what sort of moron thought it would serve as an effective obstruction in the first place. Next. Crash, crash, crash. A little bit commotion proves to be the oboe that broke the camel's back. The floor caves beneath you. Next. He's too fucking big. While Fiesta Ace examines the hole, you sneak up the stairs. You push him into the hole. MK exits speakeasy. Damn. UPI, do something useful. Attack or something. I'm sorry, but God Pickle Inspector can only fondly regard his creation. The illusionary world of form is not to be interfered with, and the divine dance within is to be revered silently through his omniscient ogle. Next. Oh, cripes. In this form, DMK regenerates very quickly. Your attacks are having a hard time keeping up with his restorative ability. PS, aggress faster. Oh. TX Sleuth. Oh, Dollhouse. Oh, piano. Check on status of honey production. Paying nectar has been raining down steadily with every attack. Eager bees have been collecting it and applying it towards new impetus combs. It looks like 3 new combs are near completion. PI, stop standing around like an idiot and do something. You think it's finally time you put your gambit schema's monstrous strength to use. Maybe you throw a heavy object at him? That huge anchor over there ought to be do nicely. You start making your way over there, but due to your ridiculous Frankenstein slowness, you can only move several inches per minute. This could take a while. ZAD, stop standing around like an idiot and do something. Boom. Zombie stick is borderline and usually can't do anything other than bite things and absorb preposterous amounts of damage. At the moment, he manages to be doing both at the same time and be get in hand truck and drive through underpass. The churchlish tough loses his footing. No. No! His binoculars sadly are crushed beneath the tire of the ham truck next. Hmm. You feed Jack Squad underpass with a new plug in tow. Feed plug through gutter pipe projector. You widen the aperture valve and dump it through. You jump in after it. It looks like a circle dam has cut up with you. Followed by her smitten suitor, they both jump through the pipe too. The extra slack from the plug's cord is tightened around the eye of the ham needle. The plug is projected at high velocity in the moving picture screen. Now at a reasonable scale, NB, HG, and strain are all projected as well. Loosen scale bodice. Damn, big as shit. You loosen the drawstring of your bodice and normalize your scale, but you overdo it a little. The Swain gets ungentlemanly eyeful of his personal gawkular lens. His twitchy twizzle fingers begin to twitch. Next. Horns, keys, and melons. Oh, it's the melons. Legitimate establishment. Master Kingpin has exited the speakeasy, which apparently was the back room of a legitimate establishment operating as a front for his bootlegging outfit. There are just enough quality wares for purchase to be convincing to any nosy flatfoot doffing at his cap in your direction. MK exit legitimate establishment. Okay. You exit the shop to the south side of the whore island. This is where all the playboys and tomcats dressed to the nines in their swankiest rags for a midnight hootenanny. The back door to the brothel is nearby. It's the entrance of choice for any discreet gentleman. Next. Oh. From his vantage, you can see the famous clock tower of Cartesian alignment. It is directly behind the Cathedral of Syndicate Ascension. Its face, in precise alignment with the cathedral's eye, it approaches the strike of midnight. Fady, pursue MK. You barge out the establishment's front door, but MK is nowhere to be found. It seems he has swapped hats with one of the gentlemen to throw you off the trail. Advance in life. Wow. Life is good. You are making a killing on bang tails at the track and rolled your earnings into a lucrative empire of casinos, loan sharking, gin milling, and rum running, which is sort of silly because the game of life does not take place in the Prohibition era, but more of a generic modern suburban setting where alcohol is perfectly legal. Still, you stick with what you know and make your perfect life complete. Your beautiful wife has given birth to Sunhurst. You nudge him affectionately in the snout to establish paternity. Heroes advance in cathedral. Good for AD, man. That's some advanced tactics right here. The party has reached level 66,665, one removed from the final floor. They're locked in a struggle with the foul giant, Garngut Blistershaw, damned sentry of the pot-bellied exiles. Gargant has stomped the valiant weasel warrior to. Oh, he's dead? Oh. The hawk cleric swivels his crook of fealty and casts a spell of porcine intervention next. It was the warrior flips the fuck back to life. The clown bard blisters out of incendiary loot solo in a fit of joy. P.S. Final aggression. Getting all scared for a second. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, wait, what the fuck was that last one? That was a jet. Okay. Teaspoon scythe. No. No. Oh. A bomb slice. Sight. Boom. DMK's second health meter has been knocked off completely. You can no longer use it to regenerate. Death, mourn loss of Scythe. The loss of his beloved weapon has caused Death to shed another tear of black liquid sorrow. ZAT pushed PI towards Anchor to hurry him along. Sorry, some things just can't be rushed. FAD, manhandle one of the gentlemen. You grab a suspicious looking gentleman by the collar and rough him up a bit. Wait, this is not the mobster kingpin. You take his hat away because you lost yours somehow. You don't remember what happened to it. Next. The giant dame above kindly points at MK from the lineup. MK, throw your hat in disgust. Poof. No good stinking dames. You can't trust him, I tell you. Next. Private booth. MK takes his hat back and flees into the brothel, painting strings on bodice. Return to your normal scale. HDM plug projector and plug-in fan. You couldn't possibly be that stupid, could you? NB bring plug through mouse hole. You feed the plug through the hole and sneak by The outlet is really high. Only someone with tremendous talent touch could reach it. And be tighten corset like you've never tightened it before. Oh my god. This reminds me of that like episode of Adventure Time where Jake like stretches like he's never done before. Is that in like the first season? First season of Adventure Time? You yank the strings on your aspect corset as hard as you can. Your dimensions elongate considerably. You lift the plug to the outlet even though you are weaker with these proportions. You have no problem lifting the plug because it is very light when it's small. Sort of like how an ant can lift 50 times its own weight due to its scale. You feel it is incredibly important to that events in this adventure maintain strict adherence to the laws of physics because it would just be so stupid if there were any inconsistencies. Huh. Oh. You extend the valve, punch the hole, MK shitty bust smuggling ships, and be plug-in fan. You have successfully plugged in the fan. However, the outlet is not receiving power. The line runs from the chimney controlled by the switch in the dollhouse attic. HD, enter Studio. You barge in. The madam is enraged by your presence. The jawstring on NB's corset slips back due to the extreme tension. She falls onto the table. Next. Enter theater, MK. You hurry and skip the awful. No. No. You hurry to escape the awful red minutes. That is the Fiesta A stick. You don't notice a small man on the floor with an eyepiece. You squash him like a bug. You hide in the brothel lobby. FAD, follow MK. You went to the empty theater. It is totally quiet here. It's likely no one has been here for hours. There's a motion picture playing on the screen. You love motion pictures. You decide to take a seat. Next. The burlesque cinema makes you a little hot under the collar, even considering you already innately spicy disposition. Yes, you do believe you can make out a bare ankle or two. Still, the picture seems awfully small. You obtain a personal Gawker lens next to the small man's body on the floor. It surely will enhance your viewing pleasure. Oh, yes. Now that's the ticket. This is just complete horse shit. Huh. MK sneaks up behind you and slaps you in the back of the head. FPI, play Haunting Tuba refrain to raise DMK's emotions. You conjure a tuba and prepare to blow a soulful, brooding melody through the substantial horn's brassy girth. DMK, battle technique, Vexus Glower. Boom. Oh, oh, you just can't do it. DMK is directing one of his horrible Vexus Glowers at you. It's very distracting. FPI, combat operandi, temporal replica simile. You spend the tube narrowly avoiding the attack. One copy vanishes into the future, the other into the past. There it is. Next. Oh. No. Problem, Sleuth. DMK turns his glower on Problem Sleuth. He catches you way off guard. Even your vampire fastness is no match for it. Next. The flicker attribute of your artifice ambient has been completely snuffed out. The shared ripeness attribute has been depleted by half. Your schema pumpkin is starting to show its age. You should probably take it off the porch soon. It's late November after all. Next. Problem Sleuth's Gambit schema has expired. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, Death and Zombie's Dick both try to help Coac Pickle Inspector towards that anchor, but to no avail. Slow and steady wins the race. NB enter Dollhouse. Okay. You went to the foyer of the dollhouse. To progress to the attic, you will need to unlock the door blocking the stairs. It is covered with a number of colored padlocks. The locks do not appear to have any keyholes. There are two other doors, one to the pantry and another to the studio. Off to the side is another lovely corset, really meant for a woman of generous carriage. NB enter studio door. You re-enter Madame Merrill's studio at normal size. HD plus NB aggress. PFPI. Showing battle. That's a good face. I think it's pretty clear Death has abandoned your friendly game for good. You don't want to leave a mess, so you neatly put the game back in its box. Meanwhile, you sense your temporal counterpart has finally split into two, sending one into the past, you, and the other into the future, FFPI. You may finally join the battle while keeping the confusion to a minimum. Next. And HD plus NB, dual aggression, striptease. Oh, he's there. Damn, that's a good ass combo. Next. A pair of burly men grapple through the studio in a rough and tumble manner. The ladies stand aside in awe of the manly display. Why, it appears small injured man has managed to crawl through the mouse hole to get a gander at the action as well. So he's still kicking. Oh, this Swain makes a valiant play for his eyepiece, which in no way, shape, or form could ever be used in conjunction with a sniper rifle, and possibly could serve as one of numerous red herrings to this effect. PSZAD death, move anchor towards PI. Your combined strength is enough to nudge the anchor a little bit his way, almost there. Yes, your Frankenstein strongness is more than enough for the task. Check on Combs again. Suckle Amphora. Golmrave. One of the impetus combs is complete. There are two more on its heels that will also be finished very soon. The complete comb is fit into Tecton Hive. Elysia Susan of Endowment has spun position PI Suckle Amphora but beneath the hive. MK plus FAD. Take Brawl to Dollhouse Pantry. You both enter the pantry. It is quite cozy and domestic, and a man can make himself real comfortable in here. They appear to be there appears to be a lazy Susan on the table. Heroes reach final level. Oh shit. They're here. You've ascended to level 66,666. At long last. There is a huge portal opposite of the one linking to the now defunct Death Star window. The view seems out of focus. There are two cranks, one on the floor/ceiling and another on the ceiling/floor. Heroes turn crank. The clock tower Cartesian alignment comes into focus still. It is way too far away and difficult to read. You wonder if there's any way to zoom in. PI comb rave anchors away. You, you prepare to fill your succubus amphora to feel your devastating anchor attack. Oh my god, this is going to be awesome. MK smashed succubus amphora over the FAD's head. No. The little guard for your dollhouse property shatter the small, delicate glass vessel over your adversary's thick cranium. Look at this mess next. No! MK replaces Amphoria with a new receptacle. Oh. Oh. Suckle chalice. Comrade. Oh. Oh shit. You find a striking suckle chalice in one of the cabinets. It's probably filled with jacuzzi honey tapped from the fourth comb. DMK comb ray, fill him with daylight. Shit. Oh, that's bright. DMK powers up for ridiculously deadly attack. You better figure out a way to get as far away from him as possible. I don't care what sort of defensive aegis or ambient you've got. If you are within the blast radius of this one, it will kill you all. PI, throw anchor overboard. You drop the anchor. Now that you think about it, you wonder whoever thought you needed to use a comb ray just to throw a silly old anchor. Next. The anchor latch in the base cathedral syndicate ascension. Next. The tension of the rope causes the Chicago overcoat to veer off course outside the reach of DMK's attack. You sling 180 degrees around the cathedral to the other side, exposing the view clock of tower Cartesian alignment. Problem Sleuth mans the wheel for no very good reasons, and it doesn't actually serve any purpose in steering the ship. Still, maintaining appearance of command over the vessel is good for morale. From the wheel's portal, you can see your own ship swinging into view. Passing the front of the cathedral's central eye, you begin to contemplate the vantage of the wheel corresponding portal. Flee into dollhouse and wear corset. Madam hardly took any damage from the previous skirmish. It seems she's a rather resilient old battle axe. You're going to have to resort to something with a little more bite. But she's not about to keep brawling without a corset. Next. Someone has stolen your corset. Son of a bitch. Loosen scale bodice ascend to attic. Oh. You consider increasing your size to break through the floor and rise directly to the attic, but you reconsider it as it would likely destroy the dollhouse completely and disable the fan's power source altogether. That'd be a very bad idea. Aggress. Oh. While you are daydreaming about such things, Madame Morel dips her skeleton brush into the palette paints. She applies a variety of colors to the brush next. Ooh. lashes HD with a skeleton flail. No sultry artisan dominatrix would be caught dead without one. Auto parry. Ooh. NB completes a successful auto parry aspect dodge. DMK. Failing with daylight already. Oh shit. DMK's attack has ripped the universe in half. The cathedral and clock tower have been sliced in half as well. The curtain of space and time pulled back to reveal the highly energetic, extra-dimensional cosmic superstring strata. Through the blast mist, the ship entirely. The steering wheel is also mysteriously bisected. Comb report. The next two combs are complete. They appear to be a couple of doozies. Billet, HD, and NB suckle receptacles. Suckle ramekins. Comb rave. FAD and MK interrupt their brawl to wonder what the heck is going on over there with that lazy Susan. Two of the receptacles are topped off. Aggress more vigorously. Bomb. Glomp. Oh. Ooh. You sock HD right in the noggin with a bold swap of emerald green paint. She's not clean through her corset. Is that the other corset then? She just makes her way back. HD Comb Rave, Rolling Thunder. Next. Whew. Boom. Boom. NB chain attack. NB chains her Comb Rave after HD's attack. Together, you initiate your dual rave maneuver. Cauterize Sisters. NB Comb Rave. Highly flammable case of vapors. Cauterize Sisters. God damn. Next. Oof. Stripper. Twist. Twist. Oh, shit, someone made rice. Hey, I was gonna do that when I got done with this. You become engulfed in a volatile stripper fumes. You do declare you're feeling a bit lightheaded and warm under the blouse. Next. And be finisher. Ooh. You're fired up. You fire up your finishing move. Level 99, Cuddle Tech. Tuck her in, good night. Next. Damn, this is actually so fucking dope. Madame Merle has been slain. She drops a skeleton brush and palette. AD enjoy life. Oh, he's a dog too. You stroll down the sidewalk with your beautiful, loving family, thinking fondly of all the riches and powers you've accumulated. You're going to get a bite to eat at a restaurant you run, and then take in a motion picture at a theater which you also own. It's safe to say you hold this town in the palm of your hand. Next. But not everyone is thrilled by your meteoric rise to power. Nearby, a furtive eye leers at you behind incognito Pryglass. GPI, Deus Ex Sewing Machina. Thank you. Your wondrous creation has been desecrated. You simply will not tolerate this. Next. Oh, that's what I was there for. That's what the cables are for. Sheesh. You pluck the hand needle from its foundation in the Beaujolais district. With divine powers, you elongate the fan cord considerably. You affix the meat-based landmark to your trusty sewing machina. 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 I guess it's machina, right? You hold up the fabric of space-time, assess the damage. My. This is what happens when you allow hooligans to roughhouse in your universe. DPI, sew universe back together. Singer. Next. Downtown district. The breach has been mended. You put the hand needle back where it belongs. Next. Okay. Oh, they're on the other side now. The structure repairs themselves as well. The ship's wheel is amended. As the universe together, the four heroes drift into the opposite gravitational field. F-Day, real machine gun against MK. Oh. You're through all this aimless ruffianism. It's time to give MK up. MK and up close at look at the ugliness of your hairpin. MK Don MM's corset. Mass times 10 to the 1 power? Volume 10 to the 0 power. Okay. Interesting. The mobster kingpin puts on late Madame's Meryl's stolen undergarments. The gravity brazier fits like a glove. It's almost a little too comfortable. You pull the mass drawstring to boost your mass by a factor of 10. Fire. The bulge ricochet off MK's too massive, virtually immovable torso. A few of the suckle receptacles shatter. Oh god, there's honey everywhere. Next. Dung, dung. The clock tower of Cardassian alignment finally strikes midnight. The tolls can be heard throughout the cosmos. Next. Legitimate establishment. The spooky patrons hear a chime and know that it can only mean one thing. It is the witching hour, and it is time to get your drink on. This is no dilemma a spirited hootenanny will not address. The patrons wonder what has become of their beloved legitimate establishment. Next. A change takes place in the ship's wheel. Next. HD gets brush and palette. You acquire skeleton brush and palette. You put your scale corset back on a while you're at it. You've grown fond of its smug embrace. You're a loud racket from the other room. You think it's probably a good idea just to leave it behind HD paint keyholes and locks. Use the skeleton brush to apply keyholes to the locks with the appropriate paint colors. HD unlock door. Oh, you use the skeleton key to unlock the door. Okay, next. You're free to go upstairs. Next. Death greets MM in the afterlight politely. He nervously pours a hot cup of tea. Next. He wonders if by any chance you're up for a game involving large mammals with insatiable appetites. Next. MM becomes furious at the backhanded reference to a substantial carriage. HD plus NB ascend stairs. Okay. Oh, shit. Glasses. You both advance to the second floor of the dollhouse. It appears this is where MM keeps her whores in prison while they're not blowing honey coolers at concupiscent Johns to scratch out some salad. That was actually a lot less dirty than it sounded. It looks like there's a pair of sunglasses on the floor. Heroes turn crank. Oh my god. The cathedral's viewpoint zooms into the clock. You can now read the time quite clearly. Next. The chronoscope of axial conjugation extends from the cathedral's eye. Next. You observe the change taking place in the wheel's viewport. You also notice the ship has nearly swung all the way back around to waiting. Ordinary DMK. You're going to do something. You better do it fast and be retrieve sunglasses. You put Ben Stiller's sunglasses in your inventory. You never know when you might need to look outrageously cool. HD plus NB ascend stairs. You reach the attic. There's a switch on the wall that powers a line running up the chimney. PS remove chronoscope from wheel. Scary. You pry the scope from the central groove. Wheel becomes deactivated. Okay. Next. The chronoscope. Oh, fuck. It's a Triforce. Asshole. Dumb. Damn. FAD combat operandi. Belly of the whale. Face off. So that's just a page name or extra content? Oh. Huh. Where's face off posted? December 20th. Okay. Okay. You've been locked in this futile struggle long enough. It's time to swallow this sucker. The whole enchilada. MK battle technique extortion. Once again, MK turns the tables on you and horns in on your somewhat ethnically flavored racket. Next. Oh, Fiesta A6 is pulling the Mobster Kingpin's generous tummy. Next. You transform into Fiesta Mobster Kingpin. Your base mass and volume are now amplified considerably. You are now way too big to exit the pantry door. Next. Thug. Lower pie glass. Pry glass to reveal black ring around eye. He's seen enough. He gives a surely not little nod to his accomplice. Ace has been strutting around like he owns the town long enough. The thugs and their beans should have something to say about that. And that thing is dance between lead ranger ups, you filthy rat. Next. Auto parry. No. You auto parry a bullet directly in the gut, saving your DeWeet son Hearst. Wife Hearst, however, was not so lucky. You mutter something to death between sobs. It sounds something like, we had a deal. We had a deal. Next. DMK's emotions have risen due to the gripping drama unfolding on top of his hats. Now would really be an ideal time to inflict damage. AD plus Sunhearst to become vigilante superheroes out of grief. Okay. Punisher, little ass looking symbol, Batman. I don't know what this one is. That's supposed to be one too. Your losses caused you to feel an all-consuming sense of vengeance. You feel like every superhero origin is cliche swirling around you at once. FAD, punch death in the snout to establish superiority. That Mexican fellow over there seems awfully angry. Maybe you're just being paranoid, but he looks to be fixing to punch something. So as not to upset him further by referencing his ethnicity, you casually pushed the pinata that was in plain view of your game's cupboard. You feel foolish for nearly recommending it as an activity. Next. Sunhurst to become Bathurst. You guessed you should probably find some sort of costume too. Maybe something like a skull on it. I don't know. PS gives scope to PI. You save some time. You save time to lob your chronoscope to your incredibly slow ally. PI attached scope to sniper rifle. It fits your sextant perfectly. It will be a breeze fair in the skies with this old-fashioned nautical navigation device. Speaking of which, you can see your ship through the scope. Next. A change takes place in the clock tower of Carson alignment. Next. Shit. Terra transforms in the clock tower sniper cannon. Oh, fuck. PI, zoom in. Boom, boom. You see through the scope that Chicago Overcrest finally swung around in front of DMK again. Hey, there you are with the gun. You should probably be careful where you point this thing. PI, look around universe with scope. You cast Curious Ogle throughout the cosmos, the clock tower coordinate with aim with your movements. Next. What's up there? It looks like something is caught in the orbit of the distant moon. PS for love, GPI, save that glorious bust. No, you got to save it, even if it means taking a bullet for Captain Snoop. Next. PI had no intention of destroying that precious bust. In any case, your valiant gesture wouldn't have accomplished anything, since it was, of course, the cannon that needed to be blocked, not the rifle. Next. PI finger slipped. No! No! Oh. Oh shit, the legs. HD flip switch. Finally, it's time to supply power to the fan. Soon, a chilling breeze shall flood the heavens. The mighty blades will cut the air like an executioner's axe. The mortar will purr like a jungle cat washing blood off its paws. It will bring terror into the hearts of the foes and how they will tremble. Next. Oh. Boom, boom. The current makes its way through the well-traveled cord. Dun, dun, dun. To reach the fan, it seems the current must traverse the entire span of the universe and then back again. This should take approximately 18 billion years twice. As of course you can think of a way to increase the speed of light. Heroes descend, other side of the cathedral. The four heroes have reached the bottom of the city side cathedral. Turns out ascending 6,666 flights of stairs is a lot easier than ascending. Descending them? Next. The heroes stroll to the gutter pipe project. Their curiosity is piqued by the peculiar arrangements. FMK, tighten brazier and make you small enough to fit through enough to exit door. Fit through exit door. Oh. You pull the volume drawstring, reducing your volume by a factor of 10. You should be able to leave this blasted pantry now. The floor beneath you cracks under your highly concentrated weight. Next. You fall through the floor of the dollhouse. PI aim at DMK. Your first, your crack shot aim severs a tether to the anchor. You draw an aim between DMK's multitude of ghastly eyes. Fire. Bam, 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 bam. The cannon volley deals significant damage, which DMK naturally is quick to regenerate. You have to keep plugging away at him to keep pace with his demonic defenses. On the plus side, this surely means there'll be plenty of paying nectar to work with soon. Next. Auto. Fuck my goat. Zombie Ace takes the brunt of an actual sniper rifle fire, but aptly manages to auto parry each shot directly in the face. Zad matured a new parrycraft. Grocer's worst nightmare. ZAD combat die. Check yourself, Jonah. Oh shit. You're fed up being a squishy, necrotic doormat. It is time to use your most potent combat operandi of all. You quickly transform into zombie corsair dick to suit the nautical theme of the awesome marine mammal-based attack. Next. Bump, zip. You fire a harpoon gun in the great monster's hide and hoist yourself up. The process, you rudely bump PI and knock his aim off kilter a bit. Next. You make a stand for the freedom of your people. There shall be no dick trod upon again. The prophecy was true. You are the chosen one. The sleeper has awakened. Next. The cannon fire drifts. No! The sperm whale falls through the sky and lands on a building. This all seems highly improbable. Next. Oh. The impact of the fall significantly snuffs out your flicker completely. Zombie Ace Gambit schema has expired. You've fallen through the floor of a building, landed in a jail cell. There's a friendly looking man in the corner with an odd variety of possessions. He's likely completely sane. You look forward to becoming friends with him and working together to escape. Oh shit. Oh. 80 become Punisher Ace Dick. Your seething vengeance transforms into a gritty gun-toting vigilante. However, due to your abysmal imagination, this is the best costume you come up with. You draw a ridiculous-looking skull on the front of your jacket with a dark stone. Or maybe it was an old lump of dog shit, you're not really sure. You can't believe how shitty your guns are. It's extraordinarily unlikely that they work at all. 80 plus Bathurst. Fight crime. You watch over the flaming ruins of your once great empire. You have nothing left. You're going to make them pay for this. DMK's emotion elevates. Nothing upsets him quite like the loss of a profitable empire of white-collar crime. It's almost too much for him to bear. 80 spin wheel of life. Oh. You consult the wheel of life to guide you on how you proceed with the outrageous ass kicking that is sure to follow. However, the wheel narrowly misses crime fighting slot. It looks like your son will be heading west instead. That's life, you guess. Next. No. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, no, no. You purchase an ox and some goods like cured meats, whiskey, tobacco, and other essentials. You pack the supplies in your covered wagon. Your old life is over. Bathurst will be starting anew out on a new frontier. Will he be able to do it? Heroes enter gutter pipe. Bum. And gentlemen aggress floppishly. Oh, yeah. As gentlemen, You strongly, you feel strongly that when confronted with a dictatorial word, an energetic fist should be ready to resist. In fact, you have a great deal of thoughts on how a gentleman ought to behave. For instance, his nose should pant and his lips should curl. Additionally, his cheeks should flame and his brow should furl. His bosom should have heave, his heart should glow. And last but not least, his fist be ever ready for a knockout blow. FMK Titan Browser. Oh. Oh shit. Disgusted with the display of foppery, you show them how a real man should behave, a man's man. You tighten the drawstrings on your woman's undergarment. The great compactification causes an alteration in your biochemistry. FMK becomes dark matter mobster kingpin DMMK, just to make sure things are getting a little more confusing. Your mass increases by a factor of 10,000. Your volume is diminished by a factor of 100. You increase density. Your increased density creates a strong gravitational field. Next. Rumble. The gravitational forces cause your dollhouse to shake. Next. Crash. NB and HD and NB fall in the room below with the whores. Crash. I can't believe the new Batman started on Oregon Trail. Might be a better situation than the Absolute Universe Batman, though. From what I've seen from Absolute Universe Batman, I don't know. I guess I haven't really seen much about it. It seems interesting. Because what is it? It's in that one. Is it Croc? Isn't like evil or something? They like work together occasionally or something. And he's a construction worker. I don't know. Curious. And he's fucking built, and everyone's built, I guess, in that universe. What is the Absolute Universe? Is that a universe where Darkseid won or something like that? Or he got to change something? Was that the gimmick in that one? I'm curious on that, actually. Darkseid made the universe, you think? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Hmm. More grounded. Like, what's the context? Darkseid energy. Okay. I'll eventually read. I'll eventually read it. I like DC Comics. I like it better than Marvel Comics, personally. AD go hunting. Okay. Maybe outside of oh no. Okay, maybe I like it outside of X-Men. I really like X-Men. X-Men are cool. Unsurprisingly, your shitty gun explodes. Next. It looks like you will have to brave the frontier while short on supplies. Your dear Bathurst will have to go hungry another night. To compound your troubles, there's a river ahead. You face the eternal question: to cock or to Ford. If only all comics were more like manga. I disagree with that statement if it's the one I think it's about. I don't think comics are hard to get into. You just like honestly with a comic, you just fucking pick number one of which hero you want to see. And it doesn't matter which one you pick. Or you just pick like a specific storyline. You just go in a comic book store and you grab one. You look for the number one. Like, oh shit, Spider-Man? Cool. Damn. Ultimate Spider-Man? That sounds cool. And why do I use Spider-Man? Because Spider-Man's like the comic, right? That's like the comic people think of when they think of comics. Have easy pirate places. Oh. Actually I think comics have pretty easy pirate places too, except for the issue with that one is though it's the legality situation's a little different, right? In the West. Like there's this one that I definitely didn't use to read like Batman comics that's like pretty popular. I can't remember what it was called because I don't even know the pirate anime sites that I that I currently use. I don't know what it's called. I use it when I don't want to download something. Oh, I mean make a backup of something. I don't know what it's called. I have it bookmarked, and that's it. That's all I know. That's all I need to know. And fuck, I gotta catch back up on anime. I haven't watched a single episode of Frieren season 2. I think I need to catch up on a few. Okay, this season of anime looks really fucking cool. I'm trying to keep up with some of them. I used to use 9anime, but that was taken out. Yeah, 9anime was like pretty. 9anime was really solid. 9. I never liked Kiss Anime. Kiss Anime was always just awful. That was awful. Like, I always thought Kiss Anime was awful. At least I can't really think of any time I really used it. I gotta watch JJK. JJK is good. I need Chainsaw Man to come out sooner. Chainsaw Man anime. I need it more. 2 episodes behind. That's not too bad. What was the last episode? The last episode was the I think it's people on Twitter talking about the Maki episode. I guess I don't know if you read the manga, so maybe if I say anything, there's spoilers. Eddie Ford River. Oh. You decide a guy this hard boiled doesn't go messing around with totally unmanly things like cock. You boldly ford the treacherous ice cold river. Next. Layer. I have the weirdest layer. Spoilers for JJK. Yeah. Manga gets spoiled pretty. That one gets spoiled actually a fair amount. Damn. Badhurst. But you know everything after? Damn. If that's the case, then you're in like kind of golden because this the current arc. If it's the one the current arc of JJK is fucking. It's fun. It's really cool. Badhurst slips and falls into the river and is carried away by the currents. Dear, precious Badhurst. There's nothing you can do to save him. Oh wait, no. Yeah. This one because this is the one with the Maki thing. Yeah, Badhurst has drowned. No. DMK grieves at young Badhurst passing. Is so sad. He's reaching a near critical spike in emotion. BI, keep up heavy shelling of DMK with that cannon. No. DMK continues to absorb the cannon fire. His regeneration keeps pace with the damage. Next. The wicked salvo is releasing massive deluge of paying nectar. The busy bees work tirelessly to gather it up. The next and second to final comb is well on its way to be to completion. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, Lament life. Oh, they're having fun with it actually. Oh fuck yeah! How do you get here? Lament life. Oh. Holy shit. Your oxen have died, and you've long since consumed their remains. You're out of supplies. You've burned your wagon for warmth. You nurse the opening of your jug of whiskey for any few precious drops that may remain. Next. With no earthly possessions left, you resort to wandering the wilderness. As you trudge through the smelly swamp and you contemplate the harrowing abyss of despair in your life, it is more than you can bear. Swamp. Oh, swamp. I've seen this one. Weakened by starvation and grief, you crawl to the tree stump. Oh my god. This is where that came from. A peculiar aura of misery surrounds the stump, but you are too depressed to give it much thought. You're at the end of your rope. Your days of success and happiness are a distant memory. You are a husk of a man. Land of stumps and dismay. Dig up stump. There it is. For some reason, using your last ounce of strength, you are compelled to dig up the stump. You find a gun buried beneath. There's only one thing left for you to do. Holy shit, that's graphic. That's dark. Next. Oh my god. The tragedy is all DMK can stand. He suffers emotional breakdown, returning a new sorrow tech level 76 dramaturgical catharsis calm status. The bees have completed the next impetus comb. The penultimate comb drips with particular rich honey. It is a real whopper of a comb, dwarfing its predecessors. Next. Ace Dick's game of life has ended. Was it all an illusion? An entire lifetime spent on the top of a table of a top of a hat in a blink of an eye. Your piss poor imagination grapples with the heady metaphysical issues to little avail. Death returns, possibly to offer perspective on the lessons learned from the game of life you were so eager to jump into. Perhaps next time you will tread with greater caution. 80 punch death in the snout to establish infuriation. Next. While death is distracted, a number of stragglers appear to wander out of the afterlife. Next. Death is terribly flustered. He attempts to shoo everyone back in the door. Fill PFPI suckle receptacle. PFPI comb rave temporal repliclusion. Oh, suckle ewer. Past future pickle inspector taps the outrageous power of the seventh comb just coast honey. It is so potent, he only requires half the receptacle for a rare half rave maneuver, large hadron part pickle acceleration. The rest of the honey remains mysteriously for later consumption. Next. PF spots the huge floating traffic light portals, which everyone seems to have forgotten about. He splits them into two distinct closed circuits. Next. Oh shit. The part pickle accelerate himself through. Make a makeshift collider. Next. PF approaches the speed of light, which unfortunately for the fan still remains at the unchanged constant value. FAN. Future pickle inspector finally appears from the past conveniently in the midst of the second collider. All puns. FFPI comb rave temporal reclusion. FPI. Fuck. These bright lights are killing me. FFPI uses the rest of the honey for the other half rave maneuver, large hadron part. I forgot to turn my light on. That's why this is hurting my eyes more than I thought it did last time. Part pickle accelerator. Yeah. Fuck. I should turn my light on. This is weird. I'm not used to using a computer with my lights off when I'm not like fully focused on it, like on gaming or something. But even then, it's always nice to have like lights when you're using the computer. You just can't you can't do it feels wrong without it, I guess. It's not as good for your eyes either. It makes them like strain easier and faster. Begins his journey in reverse through the other half of the traffic light portal collider. Next. Ooh. The large hadron particles draw aim at DMK just beneath the large hats drawn on top of his head. Next. Oh. Collide. The two particles collide, obliterating each other in an act of self sacrifice. It is a chance to use their lives for the greater good, which they relish. Next. 80. Have a tearful reunion at Bathurst. Emotions. Oh. Death was unsuccessful in his attempt to shoot everyone back in the door, so they have no choice but to brace for impact. A stick shields sweet Bathurst from the terrific ballast. You won't lose him this time. Never again, you say. Never again. The tender reunion causes DMK to grow a second emotion gauge. What are you doing to this poor man? Next. Turns out the moot point, though. DMK's final health meter has been totally wiped out by the collision. Pay nectar is everywhere. His epic swoon causes him to descend. Next. Oh. There's a strange fella standing on top of the large hat on DMK's head. You're quite sure you never detected his existence before and probably never will again. You have discovered the elusive supermassive Higgs bonehead. He appears to be very dense, unintelligent, slow-moving, and tragically short-lived. Next. Meanwhile, DMK's nether regional vulnerable blooms, again exposing his weak spot. PI snipe weak spot. You can probably end this whole thing right now with one clean head bulb shot. Next. Your sexton is out of ammo. No. Death appraised bonehead's mortality. The mournful look in Death's empty socket says it all. You are not long for this world, Mr. Bonehead. I am so sorry. Higgs Bonehead, target weak spot with kamikaze attack. The Bonehead knows what he must do. He flings his tremendous girth bulbward. PI, give chronoscope. In a moment of quick thinking, you realize Problem Soup will need the scope to reactivate the wheel and turn the universe. PS, plug in scope in the wheel. Next. Death convinces everyone to get back inside so they all go flying off the top of the hat. His persistent badgering pays off. They finally listen to reason. PS, turn wheel. You flip the universe, reversing Bonehead's course directly towards the ball. But wait, something is happening next. No. It's too late. The Bonehead's life has expired. He dissipates into a soup of constituent particles. That's just going to be the running thing now. Which then dissipates into nothing. The Bonehead has been slain. Good night. Sweet Bonehead. P.S. Throw your hat down in. You are determined to not let this opportunity slip by. You are just way too hard boiled to deter by setbacks. With decisive action, you issue a command to your shipmate. Go pick up the huge barrel. Pickle Inspector begins his dogged trek towards the barrel. The voyage should take several days on account of PI's Frankenstein slowness. PS throws his hat in disgust. Oh my. There's the melons. Oh. Oh? Oh, shit. All coming to... Oh. HD plus NB plus horse aggress DMMK. Oh, shit. That's pretty cool. That's a good-ass party, actually. A circle dame and nervous broad leaders and liberators of all prostitutes command their loyal whores to prepare for battle. The whores completely comply swiftly. Your party is now accompanied by a harlot ranger, a trollop thief, a strumpet priestess. Next. You are having a hard time inflicting any damage to DMMK, who is shielded by a strong gravitational field. It seems to be absorbing everything you throw at it, including lashes of paint and scalding flames. Next. Oh, that's a cool ass ability. The horrors aren't having much luck either. The field swallows up your arrows, as well as the entire sum of Demimon goddess. The troll up thief attempts to steal from DMMK. She steals nothing, but loses 117 spondylix in the process. PI check ripeness. You examine your schema pumpkin. It is looking awfully pungent. This is unsurprising since it's almost February. You should have taken it off your porch months ago. PI Gambit Shima is mere moments from expiring. Next. It's been almost an hour. PI has ventured several feet across the deck. He seems quite pleased with his progress. Even the vulnerable is getting impatient. He has half a mind to close back up if something doesn't happen soon. He checks his watch. It's almost 1 a.m. The witching hour has nearly expired, meanwhile, in Speakeasy. The patrons of the Speakeasy have put the witching hour to good use. They have imbibed heavily, and one of these fellas tell you the whole wingding's gone like eggs and coffee. Everyone is in agreement. It's about time to relocate this hootenanny to the sleazy brothel. But the hatless man demands a nightcap before they go. He slurs instructions to the barkeep that he'd like whatever's in the bottle over there. Next. Ink of squid pro quo. The barkeep wonders if the man is sure about that, and ventures that perhaps he's had enough tonight. The man assures him of the contrary, with a red-faced rebuttal. The hatless man obtains ink, squid pro quo. Wingdings? Yes. Wingdings. Fucking Undertale and your problems, Lil. I don't. It's just are the meme fonts in the modern day, are they just all Undertale references now? Every meme font in existence is just an Undertale reference? Huh. Yeah, 'cause you got yeah. Huh. No. But that one for sure. I mean, Comic Sans is one of the meme fonts. Papyrus is a meme font. That's why they're both like those two characters, right? Like Sans and Papyrus. Because they're like the two like meme fonts. Because Papyrus is like what? That must be like a pirate scroll type font or something, a written font. Comic Sans is I don't know what Comic Sans is supposed to be. Um, I what am I saying? I don't know what that one's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like a fun comic font that is like Sans. Hmm. Yeah, but they can be used as regular fonts sometimes. Yeah. If you use Papyrus or Comic Sans and anything professional, you're cooked. But who uses Wingdings? The history of Wingdings is kind of interesting. If it's essentially just emoticons, right? That's what it was like intention was used for in the past. Was what we use emoticons or like symbols because they didn't really have a way to do that outside of it for certain things that were like easily accessible in like documents. Like in the modern day, they're kind of useless because you're not gonna swap to the Wingding font, type in your thing, and go, oh, there it is. Actually, no, it probably still is kind of semi-efficient in the modern day if you have like a shortcut to swap to Wingdings. Huh. That's probably not the worst actually. They head for the studio, but the madam does not appear to be around. Maybe she's in the dollhouse tending to her ladies. Patrons enter dollhouse. No! There's nothing in here but a huge hole in the floor. There are powerful gravitational force emanating from the hole, and none of these patrons are in any condition to maintain their balance. Gentlemen, arrest DMMK. Oh? Playing jacks? That's just supposed to be baseball? A thin bat. That's not really baseball. It's more like a wiffle ball. That's just jacks. The gentlemen aggress their uncouth ruffians with the sort of tactics that strike their fancy at the moment. by waging stiff contests through series of old-timey childhood games. Oh, so that's not okay. That's not that. That's like the other one then. The dapper Swain makes his smashing play with his rubber ball and announces a triumph by bellowing "horse before carriage," as in the only proper way. However, before he can soup up the jacks up, they vanish into the field. The churlish Toft having a devil of a time with the match of stickball. His ball bounces into the field as well, never to be recovered next. Ooh, now this is a fucking game. The mannerly highbrow bustles on the stage with a spirited game of hoop and stick. He was but a lad when he last played. The activity has him feeling youthful and invigorated, free as a swollen-breasted popinjay. Highbrow level 4 hoop tech DMMK Katamari ball. Ooh. Oh, fuck, he's a pro. Dude, we love Katamari. Katamari's the GOAT. Oh my god, this is the GOAT. Oh wait, I can just wait. I can do that. Katamari's the GOAT. We love Katamari. Especially Katamari Damacy. This is the shit right here. Like actually this is just like this is one of the greatest games just in ever right here. Oh, they're like hmm. Yeah, this is just one of the greatest games ever. Beautiful Katamari was I. Hmm. I should play Katamari again. I play some Monkey Ball still. You actually play. There's actually like an easy way to play some Monkey Ball on your browser without having to load one of the emulator browsers and then load one of the games and then to play. And apparently, a lot of people don't know there are emulators in browsers you can use to play like games and whatnot. I only played a Katamari demo, but it was pretty good. And that's just basically the whole game too. The demo is like just the game. Gathering lesser debris lying in such melons, arrows, coins, and bits of eggshell. The ball soon accumulates every character in the dollhouse. The highbrow surprisingly is absorbed by his own ball. DMMK Titan drawstrings. Oh, oh, fuck. DMMK is livid about. Is he gonna a black hole? Like fully inverted or tiny or different universe type shit? A top mob boss just ain't cut out for this sort of treatment. You see, he reduces volume again and cranks his mass up by a factor of 1 billion next. Hmm. Calm report. Professor B oversees the mammoth undertaking of filling the final comb. Vast quantities of pain nectar were generated from the previous attack. The workers scramble to keep pace. Next. Oh. Wipe. The mother of all combs. The professor hopes you know what you are doing. Ban report. The electric current is still taking its sweet time. It has barely even begun to make its journey across the universe, and it sure looks like that USSD over there couldn't give a shit. Pickle report. Pickle inspectors and faring much better with his blasted Frankenstein slowness. He almost seems as slow as the lousy, stupid speed of light. Next. Resolve. You put your resolve hat back on, which conveniently is the same hat as your normal hats. This is not a good time for Frankenstein slowness, you mutter. In fact, you take gather an exceptionally hard-boiled demeanor as you poise yourself to deliver a cold-blooded line. Next. Ugh. There is no time for Frankenstein slowness, which is a good time for Frankenstein slowness. PS turn wheel 90 degrees. Ooh. Spin. You pitch the universe 90 degrees, CW's tipping barrel towards the immobile PI. PI readies himself to catch it. Bonk. The barrel bounces off PI's head sailing overboard laterally. PS writes the universe let it fall beneath the weak spot. PS turn. Wheel 180 degrees. Next. Ooh, damn, that's a good combo. Spunk Mirth. DM supply of Spunk Mirth has been deleted. PS right universe. Next. What's this little thing doing now? What pumpkin? That fucking pumpkin. Pickle Inspector's Gambit schema has expired, along with the ripeness of schema pumpkin, which may or may not have ever existed. DMMK descend into the game of life. Next. The force of entry has caused the orbiting mob of characters to disperse throughout the game. DMMK is nowhere to be found. Next. DMMK descends from the heavens. Much to the rapture of his zealous acolytes, they herald the messianic arrival of the beloved mob boss. They have kept his empire well, and he is pleased. Everyone exit life. There isn't much for you to do in this stupid board game, so you all decide to leave. Next. Death. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, everyone hears a lot of commotion outside the door. Everyone decides to go check it out, with brazen disregard for Death's polite request to stay put. Death throws his hat in disappointment. He really must remember to invest in a stronger security measure for the afterlife. Oh, and then it's just a woodwind instrument link. That's pretty good. The gang's all together. Next. The Volner bulb has closed. DMK makes his ominous final as descent. Hatless man drink ink of squid pro quo. The man is delighted that the hootenanny continues in the night with all these new faces on top of this particular flat surface. Whatever it is, he slurs drunken tidings of merriment, to this effect remarking how he's just so happy to see all these wonderful people. He readies his bottle of celebratory swig. Next. Swat. Hysterical dame swats the bottle of ink away from the foolish drunkard. Thugs, prostrate thyself before Savior. The thugs buckle their knees and cast their unworthy torsos sidewalkward. Whether it is on account of submission or the strong gravitational forces is difficult to say. Perhaps in this mobster / gravitation based cult, there's no difference. The MMK tighten drawstrings yet again. You give them a good tuck this time, lowering your volume and jacking up your mass to a factor of a million, relative to the weight of an Earth-sized planet. Next. The dark matter mobster Kingpin has slipped under his Schwarzschild radius and collapsed to become black hole mobster Kingpin. Nothing can escape his gravitational pull, not even light, no matter how slowly and steadily it attempts to crawl out of his gravitational well. Next. Death greets new visitors. You have become so frazzled by people coming and going, you completely forgot to have some tea prepared for your new guests. It seems all the imaginary pickle inspectors have finally caught up with each other in the afterlife. Death begged visitors to stay. Interesting turn of events. You plead with these fellows to stay put in the afterlife. You are at your wits' end. You will do anything. The gentlemen agree amicably, to remain. Well, they are. The gray fellow appears to be way too large and unintelligent to leave anyway. Damn. He's getting to like base 6 at this point. Oh. The madam who appears to not have left with the others gives her assurance as well. Suggests a round of the game you were so fond of, the one with the mammals. She doesn't mind. If you didn't know better, you would say madam was beginning to fancy you. You'd become a little uncomfortable. P.S. Get your ink flask. Problem Sleuth acquires the ink of Squid Pro Quo and puts it safely in his pocket, where any good flask belongs. The item remaining in inventory are, of course, 4 precious pieces of candy corn, A lot of useless ammunition, and your supplies of elf tears, weasel snot, hog slop, pie filling, each respectively at 36, 12, 18, and 29 drops precisely. Now, all you need is a weapon. Next. The gravitational pull of BHMK is unstoppable. The game of life is being ripped apart. Buildings, trees, ugly dogs, everything is sucked into his event horizon. Next. No. Not Bathurst. Next. They like time traveling now? Oh. DMK. Bum bum bum. It's DMK's third and final phase. It is the most fearsome than ever, with 3 health meters and a deadly black hole version of his non-imaginary self pulsing on the top of his hat, in addition to which he is completely invulnerable to all physical attacks and has no weakness to increase his blood sugar or emotions. He is only susceptible to damage caused by righteous fires of charisma, but is... Hold on. I need to wait. Hold on a second. Sorry, I got like him. Oh, okay, that was not it. Okay, sorry. There's an email was sent out from work from like the boss, not like my boss, but like my boss's boss. Um, so I had to like open the email, but it was nothing like pertinent, nothing involving me to be like interested in like fully. I guess it's wrong turn. Nothing that like pertains to me. Looks like a crab. I guess he is part crab, so like okay. Ooh. He is more fearsome than ever, with 3 health meters and a deadly black hole version of his non imaginary self pulsing on his hat. You know what? I gotta get used to like using these buttons more. The fun of having a model is like being able to like push buttons for fun. Oh, my bad. In addition to which, he's completely invulnerable. Oh wait, no, I read that part. I read this part too. Oh, he also regenerates any quantity of damage he suffers instantaneously. Good luck. Fuck, dude. Fucking Sephiroth. NB plus HD gets sucked into Event Horizon in more elongated matter. Oh. As you approach the Event Horizon, the stronger tidal forces cause you aspect rages to be stretched. NB loses her aspect corset to compensate. Loosens. Okay. Oh, dude, it's spaghettification. The closer you get, the more pronounced the gravitational time dilation becomes. To everyone else in the universe, you appear to be slowing down until you seem frozen in time, just outside the horizon. But to you, everything in the universe seems to be appears to be speeding up. Next. Oh, just before you cross the horizon, you catch a glimpse of every future event in the universe, all happening at once. And be put on sunglasses. Damn. Dave Schreider wishes he looked this cool. What you witness cannot be described by words. A spectacle transcending time and space. If it is true, 1,000 angels dance on the head of a pin, then so it seems all universal events imagined in real play on the polarized lens of Hollywood B-list celebrity. You cross through the event horizon. DMK, level 99, Cuddle Tech, Thornswoggle. Oh. DMK deploys his black briar of cruelty, the Macra- macabre. Macabre. Ugh. Macabre. Ugh. They can act as you yet another impenetrable defensive barrier, as if he needed one. DMK can also wield the bramble offensively. The frisky creeper gets down to business. It is the business of not minding their own business and involving themselves in your business next. Oh. PS and PI are constricted in prickly sleeper hold. Could this be the end? I suppose you were to perish, you could always just walk out of death's door again. Oh, wait, next. Death and Company, Level 3, Hypotech, The Hunger. Damn, that's pretty good. Next. Hippo Inspectors, Ascent to Godhead. Boom. Boom. The four PIs are beckoned by their creator. GP fondly regards his beloved children. Next. PI has a specific task for the four of you. Naturally, you are all eager to do his divine bidding. PI's temporal replic simile ad infinitum. Past, future, future, past, future, past, future, future, past, future, Each PI divides himself into two smaller parts, deploying one to the past, the other to the future. Their parts continue this process ad infinitum. Soon the part pickles are so small they exist on an atomic scale, and so plentiful they occur every location and every moment of the universe's history. Next. Moron neutrino, moron. The particles politely play roles of each elementary particle in the standard model, namely quarks, electrons, and neutrinos. Their forces are propagated by different sorts of lumbering boneheads, including photons and gluons, which lazily shuffle along at the speed of light. The many particle/energy interactions have even created some morons, and the morons' neutrinos. Sadly, their lifespans are rather short as they undergo the process of moron decay. Man, it's a creation of myths, like the Genesis frog. It's all the same idea. Next. Boom. Boom. Oh. The particle spread throughout history. It comprised all of the matter in the universe at every moment in time. And so it was the GPI created the universe. He regarded his creation with fondness and saw that it was good. Next. Boom. 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 Tidal forces have stretched hysterical dame into the string of quarks. Nervous Broad maintains her vulturous, full-bodied figure, but isn't sure how much more she can loosen her corsets. HB and NB land already. HD revert back to original dimensions. Next. The others land too. You wonder where the heck NB went. It seems you were all standing on her. He tightens her corset. Next. It looks like the Demimonde goddess has been waiting here to greet you wherever it is here might be. She had on an earlier occasion summoned her army of courtesan angels to help her escape. They naturally proved to be no use whatsoever. They are an awful lot of them. Next. 1,000 to be precise, each shrunk into a minuscule size. It could be that these are 1,000 angels which are said to dance on the head of a pin next. Or the head of a kingpin next. Oh. Oh. Next. Next. Weasel King survey kingdom. His royal excellency makes a regal and slightly disconcerted perusal of his realm through the brass eyepeep of his imperial gazing wand. He has been monitoring developments with the nearby volcano, which until today had been inactive for centuries. Next. Earlier? Now. Yes, it does seem Mount St. Lardas is fit to burst. Oh my. Recap part 2. Oh. Huh. The devil is touching up a few notes on his sulfuric tablature. He documents the tale which was last updated on the team of wayfarming souls and is now preoccupied. Okay. Ciao. Bum bum bum. When Death had finished his last entry, DMK had just exposed his second face. Team Sleuth had invoked their gambit schema. HD and NB had begun wandering through the sleazy brothel in the sky. And AD was embarking upon a game of life with death. It is that game where we pick up again. The match begins as a friendly one, but became quickly reduced to a series of boorish tactics by AD, who stole all of Death's money while he was distracted. They pursued each other in their game pieces, but AD struck a defenseless woman who was crossing the street. AD pleaded with Death to spare her life, but Death was nowhere to be seen. Miraculously, the woman survived, and then AD and the wife Hurst became married. With wife Hurst, AD sired the adorable son Hurst. As a family, they enjoyed years of peaceful, prosperous life. As AD built an empire on various illicit, legitimate establishments, this activity caught the prying eye of some thugs, who were none too pleased with AD muscling in on their boss's racket. One day, while taking a walk, AD's family was gunned down by the thugs. AD auto-paired a bullet to save Sunhurst. But wife Hurst oh, was not so lucky and perished. This prompted the surviving family to seek vengeance as a vigilantes. They became Bathurst and Punisher Dick. Unfortunately, the Wheel of Life had different plans for them. Rather than fighting crime, they would be heading west to the open frontier. Tragically, Bathurst drowned while they attempted to ford the river in their wagon. AD was inconsolable with grief and wandered the countryside, heartbroken and alone. Eventually, he found a gun underneath a tree stump and shot himself. With each successive misfortune befalling AD, DMK's emotions level increased, causing him to be susceptible to physical attacks. This allowed PS to inflict major damage through his gambit schema, Candy Corn Vampire, with its heightened attributes such as increased strength, endurance, and vampire fastness. His first move was to invoke combat operandi, armor sticks, summoning Death, who was called away from his game of life with AD. Death gave PS his scythe to wield against DMK. PS utilized the scythe in its various forms, accumulating with the A-bomb scythe, completely wiping out one of DMK's 2 health meters, and well as permanently destroying the scythe, much to Death's sorrow. Concurrently to this battle, HD and NB were trapped in the brothel, equipped with a couple of special corsets. They were confronted with a very large fan plug, which they needed to find a way to plug in for some reason. This led them on a journey through the brothel, which involved conducting sultry performances in a series of private booths, which involved using items on hand to either remove a small mural from a wall or conceal it with a coat of paint, or generally to face it in a rather seductive fashion. The performances were uh, the performances were much to the delight of 3 gentlemen, a mannerly highbrow, a dapper swain, a churlish top, who each sat in their respective coin-operated booths. Once the coin op slots times had expired, or became disabled in some way, the window no longer served to display the other side of the booth. Instead, the window served as portals to various trucks, including a bread truck, a cheese truck, and a ham truck, and allowed someone to either exit the rear of the truck or enter the cabin of the truck, depending on which side of the booth one enters from. This rear exit / cabin entrance polarity was controlled by a series of switches on the ceiling to set of sight as outside the booths, accessible only to one with a significant height attribute. NB used these portals to thread the fan plug through them, and out the backs of their corresponding trucks, stepping through the differently shaped portals, as well as making adjustments to her aspect corset, served to modify her proportions as well as her Vim attributes, which was at times useful for carrying the plug. She also helped the highbrow to drive the bread truck, while HD also drove the cheese truck with the Swain to various destinations to facilitate the threading process, at one point threading the cord through the eye of the ham needle. Finally, they used the ham truck to deliver the fan plug to the gutter pipe projects and fed it through the pipe and out the lens of the motion picture projector, which projected the plug at a normal scale which could fit into an outlet, and projected HD and NB at a diminutive scale. HD used her scale bodice to bring her scale back to normal and entered the door of MM's studio. NB remained small and simply walked through the mouse hole with the plug. In the studio, NB used her corset to become very tall to plug in the fan. The outlet, however, supplied no power since it was controlled by a switch in the dollhouse attic. HD encountered and arranged MM. NB then entered the foyer of the dollhouse, and then entered the studio from the other side with her dimensions restored to normal. HD and NB clashed with MM using their weapons of burlesque seduction on the madam. Meanwhile, FAD had grown tired of the struggle with DMK and decided to go mess up MK's fort directly. He rode it like a mechanical bull and promptly crushed it with his impressive weight attribute. This sparked a wild chase through the greater facility, sending them down the dumbwaiter shaft into the speakeasy, crashing through the speakeasy floor, into the speakeasy again while shattering an oboe, and out the exit and into MK's legitimate establishment. They exited this establishment to find themselves on Horror Island, with a view of the clock tower of Cardassian alignment, whose hand crept toward the strike of the witching hour. Speakeasy patrons loitered in a crowd while DMK tried to blend in by swapping hats with the nearby gentlemen. FAD eventually discovered him, in the process of thefting a top hat from a man, leaving him hatless. The two entered the sleazy brothel through the theater and fought their way through MM's studio where HB, NB, and MM were just about to clash. They fought their way through the dollhouse foyer and then into the pantry where they continued the struggle by the lazy student of endowment. Meanwhile, the following more tangential events inspired. The deck of Chicago overcoat, Pi inched towards a large anchor, hampered by his Frankenstein slowness. At the behest of PS earlier, 4 heroes in the kingdoms climbed the 66,666 levels in the Cathedral of Syndicate Ascension, besting foes along the way. The dapper Swain found his way through the projector and was crushed by MK's careless foot. He recovered to give a valiant peeping effort through his personal goggle lens. Eventually, all 3 gentlemen would end up in MM's studio in a diminutive state. After suffering a series of attacks, MM retreated into the dollhouse foyer to equip her corset. She discovered it had been stolen through, though. Her assailant pursued her, and she fought back using her skeleton brush palette. On the ship, an impetus comb was completed just as PI reached the anchor. He was about to use a pretty lame comb rave that possibly involved an anchor when MK swapped the suckle receptacle in the pantry to steal the rave for DMK. DMK then used his ridiculously powerful attack, fill him with daylight. PI dropped the anchor overboard, hooked it on the cathedral, causing the ship to swing around out of range of the attack just in time. DMK's attack ripped the universe in half, exposing the extra-dimensional cosmic superstring strata. Meanwhile, the 4 heroes reached the top of the cathedral, which had also split in half, and they remained suspended in the middle. GPI, seeing his creation in peril, was spurred to rare action to repair the damage. He invoked Deus Ex Sewing Machina, picked up the ham needle with the fan cord threaded through, and affixed it to his sewing machina. He sewed his creation back together, stretching Yeah, Machina makes more sense because it's sewing machine, right? Ma. It was probably intended to be Machina though, like the normal. Stretching cord across the entire length of the universe and depositing the hamnail back where it was. The four heroes, having floated to the other side of the cathedral together, turned a crank, which caused the cathedral's eye to zoom into the face of the clock tower, which was at the strike of midnight, locally known as the witching hour. This revealed the very large cornerscope of axial conjunction extending from the eye pointing out the distant clock. At the strike of the witching hour, P.S., who was manning the ship's wheel, noticed that the wheel in fact served as a viewpoint from the clock's vantage. He simply reached into the wheel, reached across the great void of space, plucked the chronoscope from the cathedral, and pulled it out of the wheel as a normal-sized telescope, deactivating the wheel in the process. He threw the chronoscope to the highly mobile PI, who then affixed the scope to his sniper rifle, which caused the clock tower to transform into the clock tower sniper cannon, a weapon operated from afar by the sniper rifle itself. He used the cannon to deal a great deal of damage to DMK, all of which was rapidly regenerated, but the salvo over time released enough pang injected to produce three large impetus combs, the three biggest ones, dwarfed by the eighth and the final comb yet to be prepared. The three combs were applied to the following characters and their corresponding comb raves: HD, comb rave, rolling thunder; NB, comb rave, highly flammable case of the vapors; PFPI plus FFPI, comb rave, temporal replica collision. The first two were used in tandem in the final. The first two were used in tandem in the final stand versus MM, completely defeating her. She wound up in the afterlife, where she and others would be cajoled by death to play a variety of games. Other characters would arrive in the afterlife in this manner over the greater course of events, including Wifehurst and Badhurst, who died in the game of life previously described. Also winding up in the afterlife would be FAT, when during his scuffle in the pantry, MK swallowed him whole by reversing his belly of the whale attack on him through the method of extortion. This caused MK to absorb FAD's essence and become FMK, a much larger, heavier version of himself. It had also become apparent that MK was the one who stole MM's corset, the gravity brazier. Brasier. Brasser? As he was wearing it at the time of his incident. To restore his former size, he simply pulled the volume drawstring to decrease his volume. This concentrated his weight to a smaller patch of the floor, which he caused to collapse and fall through. He landed underneath the dollhouse table beneath which the three diminutively sized gentlemen had gathered. The four heroes would eventually gather there as well, as they had since ascended/descended the other side of the cathedral to the city streets and jumped through the projector. This group eventually included all of the speakeasy patrons after the witching hour expired, including Hatless Man, who managed to obtain the ink of squid pro quo for later ill-advised consumption. After slaying MM, HD and NB acquired the skeleton key to unlock the door to the upper floor. They ascended, freeing several horrors and recovering Ben Stiller's sunglasses. They reached the attic and flipped the switch, supplying power to the outlet. The fan, however, did not receive power right away, since the electric current now needed to travel the entire length of the universe, a journey which would take a light approximately 32 billion years round trip, and would take current through a copper wire even longer. Below the dollhouse table, the gentleman aggressed FMK floppishly, which caused him tighten his gravity brazier to increase his mass while decreasing his volume, augmenting his gravitational pull overall. This pull caused HD, NB, and the liberated whores to fall to the floors and under the table, where the gentleman, and the four heroes would battle what had become DMMK. It's a little under 200 pages away, Beetler, so you know how much longer we're going. I assume it ends pretty I was assuming that, right? Because Homestuck starts at 19, right? 1905. I'm pretty sure it's 1905. Actually, wait, hold on. 1901. My bad. I was thinking five. 1901. Thank you, gamer one dude too. Thank you. You're always there to like correct me. I guess like you have like a transcription going on, and like it just like tells you when I do something wrong. Not do something wrong. Give the wrong information. I was right here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting sick of this like ruler. This ruler actually makes me upset. This ruler upsets me. Get my gal in here. Oh, yeah. They fought DMMK to no avail as his gravitational field absorbed ah, as his gravitational field absorbed each attack. Highbrow playfully used a small kingpin with his level 4 hoop tech, DMMK Katamari ball, and began rolling up everyone in the room into a ball stuck together by his gravitational field. Angered, DMMK pulled his drawstrings even further, increasing his mass and falling through the bottom of Horror Island altogether. The jumble of characters fell through the sky for some time while below others dueled with DMK. ZAD used combat operandi, check yourself, Jonah, to summon a whale which he commanded as a mount. It was quickly shot by the sniper cannon. ZAD and the whale fell onto a prison building below, where the whale died on the roof while ZAD crashed through numerous floors and became trapped in a cell with a prisoner. Eventually, ZAD, the whale, and the prisoner would end up in the afterlife too. PFPI used a penultimate comb rave, temporal collision in conjunction with his future self's FFPI, who finally appeared from FPI's previous use of temporal replicasimile. The two accelerated through the traffic light portals and collided together, intersecting with DMK. This attack depleted the remainder of DMK's health and caused him to descend. It also killed PFPI and FFPI in the process, and the part pickle collision created the short-lived Higgs bonehead in the process. Meanwhile, everyone in the afterlife was developing the habit of coming and going through death's door at will, much to the dismay of death. It was at this point when AD shot himself in the game of life, emerged from the game unharmed, and reunited with his family, which set DMK's net emotions to max out and time to be dealt acid damage by collision. The cluster of people falling with DMMK eventually landed in the game of life on DMK's hats. All characters except for DMMK exited Life's door, opposite Death's door, for a large reunion with deceased characters on top of the hats. PS turned the ship's wheel, causing the large barrel to fall and bounce of PI's head. Down the vulnerable bulb below, it struck the bulb, depleting DMK's spunk mirror. The bulb closed. DMK ascended and soon revealed his third and final face. PI's gambit schema finally wore off when the ripeness attribute was finally depleted, completely rotting the schema pumpkin, which may never have existed in the first place anyway. DMMK and the bat gained the game of life. DMMK in the game of life pulled his drawstrings hard enough to collapse into a black hole, becoming BHMK. BMHK sucked his two groveling thugs the entire game of life. All the characters on the hat, sans death, the whale, the bonehead, and all imaginary PIs, who obediently remained in the afterlife. Life's door, Death's door were sucked into. They all landed on top of BHMK's hat inside the black hole, greeted by the Demimonde goddess and 1,000 courtesan angels, with no apparent means of escape. DMK's new form quickly ensnared PS and PI in his briar of cruelty. PS had recently obtained the ink of Squid Pro Quo, dropped by the Hatless Man, but has yet to discover a weapon to wield against DMK. In space looms the biggest comb of all. Nearing completion, orbiting it is a moon, about which itself orbits the Candy Mecha legs, which supports a precious Captain Snoop bust. Also, on GPI's instruction, PPI, FPI, PFPI, and FFPI just became all the subatomic particles that ever existed in the universe and always compromised every character and every physical relation all along. Oh. The devil wonders why he's even bothered with this useless exercise and this self-evident. Oh man, that Roxy panel is so silly. It's so just like real. Actually, martinis are kind of gross. I don't really get the appeal of martinis. Maybe I've just never had a good martini actually. That's like semi off topic, but she is drinking a martini. I don't know. Like I like gin. Maybe it's just the vermouth I don't like. That's probably it. Until the wretched date. Chicago overcoat. Boom. Next. The gravitational pull of BHMK is slowly drawing every heavenly body close together. The levels of cathedral syndetic ascension are telescoping under the forces of compression. The briar of cruelty is choking the life out of you and your ally. You'd better think of something fast. Your lives are depending on it. Indeed, the entire universe depends on it. P.I. Tickle Briar of Cruelty. Retrieve the tech tricks of the Arbiter. You were granted as a boon from the Weasel King a while ago to duel with death. You had since stowed it in your hat for safekeeping. That bit of cunning foresight was certainly a feather in your cap. Figuratively speaking, of course. P.I. Tickle Tech, level 1, feather metal. I can't stand tickle. I actually can't stand being tickled at all. That's like the worst thing that happened to me is to get tickled. It's like awful. Genuinely the worst experience one of the worst things I've ever experienced. And it's just awful to me. Your foolish butterfingers mishandled the feather. You probably should have spent more time leveling up your tickle tech first. Next. P.S. Catch it. You obtained the legendary Tetric Caliber. Boom. Shit. Damn, that goes hard. P.S. / Briar. Next. P.I. lands in the ship's helms, ready to put the wealth of nautical experience from his skippering days to use. Final comb status. The 8th comb is complete. Oh, is it time? Is it finally fucking time? P.S. Sepulchitude. Righteous fires of charisma wipe out the briar. The resplendent light of the divine pulchritude consumes your spirit. Oh shit. Damn, I need like full panels here now. Oh. Righteous aggression. 1 ink. DMX. Damn. DMK's third health meter has been eliminated. Sheesh. Death secure doors. It would go harder with music though. Probably. Most things go harder with music. Oh, dude, it's a contrabass clarinet. With everyone distracted by the spectacle overhead, you think now would be a good time to lodge a contrabass clarinet between the doors of life and death. You're tired of letting so many wear-fang souls slip through your bony fingers. Shit. Contrabass clarinet. Those are pretty cool. But something I think is cooler, man, is a sub-contrabass saxophone. Look at this fucking thing. Now this is an instrument right here. beauty right here. Oh, uh, how much does this thing cost? Actually, this thing's probably like 50K, I assume. Hey, normal contra base is 35K. So yeah, it's probably like 50K. Get something like this. Uh, I play an. I currently have an alto saxophone. I want to buy. I don't want to buy one, but I was debating on either getting like a cheap alto and then eventually getting like a nice baritone. Like I don't know, like fucking within 10 years probably. I'm not made of money, right? And like, cause I really like how the baritone saxophone sounds. I think it'd be really cool to have another one. But like, I don't know if it's like worth me ever getting like a super expensive one. Like, it would be nice to have like a nice saxophone or a baritone saxophone again. Next, boom. When you open the door, the massive difference in gravitational potential sucks you and everything in the afterlife through it. Sort of like a short circuit of gravity. Whoops. Oh. Flowers and angels and honeybees are everywhere. What a mess. You've got to get that door closed. It won't be easy, though. It's likely that only the strongest man on Earth can close it. AD level 99, Belly of the Whale, Blowhole Swan Song. Boom. No stranger to the massive suction forces. You open that awesome aquatic pie trip of yours and deal the most advanced stomach tech of all. The whale above sheds a tear of salty liquid admiration. Next. Oh shit. You consume your counterparts, ZAD, FAD, finally uniting as one mean, strapping dick, unprecedented vim. A phenomenon transformation takes place. You become, my god, you become a stick. Really. You are just utterly astounded by how shitty your imagination is. If your imagination was a face, you would punch it in the face. AD closed door. You close the door with a little effort. Death lodges it shut with the sturdy instrument. Next. Fuck, I really love her face. She's fucking pretty. She's good. They all, most of them have pretty good faces. One. These are probably the top two. Little Bathurst is in there. Oh, next. Oh. The entire flower is sucked through the door, inside out. On closing the door, the gravitational forces have been snuffed out, leaving an empty stem where the afterlife once was. GPI regards it fondly, albeit in slight disconcerted manner. The angels flock near the event horizon as far as they can make it against the pull of the gravitational field next. Due to the principles of uncertainty regarding the existence of angels in the vacuum, each splits into angel sets anti-angel pairs. For each pair, one of two escapes while the other falls back into the black hole. Oh, so it's like, oh, it's a fallen angel. That's pretty good. Oh. The Demimon goddess also splits, creating a pair of Demimon semi-goddesses. One escapes, the other stays. Next. A black hole emits Satangelic Hawking radiation and shrinks due to the loss of mass and energy. Yes, Seraphimic Dymus. Cherubim's Rush. Ooh. The Demon semi-goddess commands her army to throw everything it's got at the unholy demon head next. The angels and anti-angels that remain in the black hole settle back down on the hats. Headless man retrieve hats. Oh. The ordinary drunkard snatches the well-traveled headwear from death. He has a bone to pick with them, and he's going to let that bony fella hear it next. The man vomits into his hat. DS grant PS a boon. Ooh. Semi-goddess bestows you with the most powerful set of keys in the universe. a Smith Corona blot splitter, dispatch of despotic convincer of the uncompelled. It is one of several fabled holy weapons reserved for the chosen arbiter, sealed and protected by the realm's hallowed figures of nobility. Next. She plucks a ribbon from her hair and supplies you with ammunition. You acquire one ink ribbon cartridge. P.S. Load weapon. You load the cartridge into the blot splitter, pull back the bolt handle, lock and load with a ding. P.S. Level 98 Sleuth Diplomacy poison pen letter. You hammer at the keys of the Smith Corona. The machine gun fire of your typing roars throughout the heavens. You pen a strongly worded, unpleasant note to DMK. Next. With a flourish, you notarize your memorandum with some official marks. Oh. You present it to DMX for judicious consideration. Oh. Okay. DMK, you smell bad and you. Ah, DMK is so stupid, moron. DMK, you smell bad. You suck. God, what do you even know? God, do you even know how lame you are? What's with all these heads and where do you go off? Where do you get off being so impossible anyway? We spend more than half of the game fighting you. If ugly were turds, you would be the one that smells the worst. Problem sleuth, jackass, ugly. Boom. Next. Sick burn. DMK sick burn meter suffers a critical spike. Oh shit. You load the scratching doctrine into the weapon's cartridge. Level 99 Sleuth Diplomacy packs Problem Scum. Boom. Oh. Well, in a last ditch effort to salvage diplomatic proceedings, you invoke the ultimate resolution in your formal attached plenipotentiary clauses motioning for bilateral demilitarization and cessation of hostilities for the mutual advancement and prolonged commitment to the furtherance of harmonious relations among sovereign parties. Next. Oh. My mouse died. I guess I can use the keyboard. Peace be with you. Ding ding. I should plug in my mouse though. Where did I put the charger at? Is this the charger? This is the charger. Okay. Dun dun. Peace be with you. Next. DMK's second health meter has been eliminated. BHMK Titan drawstring. Seeing your precious black hole dwindling, you give your brazer's drawstring another stiff tug. Your mass now stands multiplied by a factor of a whopping Google. Damn. Your mass exceeds that of the entire universe. Next. BHMK now occupies the center of a supermassive black hole. DMK ladder to hell. Oh my god. Seeing his impending demise, DMK grows an extra few health meters. MSPA readers react to update. Oh, sweet, a new page. Go back. Oh no. Never mind. Continue. Oh. Prod damn with the fork. Rump. You give the morons a lively poke with your gay pornography. The morons shed tears either of torment or of gratitude. You will assume it is the latter. Next. The universe is becoming a rather crowded place. The Chicago overcoat is headed straight for the encroaching sun. An encroaching sun. If not for your wealth of nautical seasoning, you would find this development rather disconcerting. Navigate with sextant. You take the chronoscope from the wheel again and attach it to your trusty sextant. Next. Oh. The clock tower sextant is activated. Its great index arm pendulum swings to and fro, simultaneously plotting and ticks of time and the altitude of heavenly bodies. PI plot new course. Hmm. Through careful adjustments of the instrument's various mirrors and dials, you rotate the entire universe about the ship's vertical axis. The ship casts off from DMK, who wants no part of the blazing sun. You free the navigation. You're free to navigate the stars for however long they might last. Next, you pop the scope back in place to reactivate the wheel. Although you may have somewhat premature, may somewhat have been, eh, although you may have been somewhat premature, you are now headed directly for the clock tower. Weasel King ride Mount Lardass like a mechanical bull. You already did that a while ago. It was a lot of fun. But the time for such games has passed. Mount Saint Lardass is in critical state of instability. Your kingdom is in jeopardy. Next, you direct your imperial gazing wand above. What you spy through the eye peep troubles you deeply. It's not just your kingdom, but the whole universe which is in peril. You regularly ponder the fuck out over the dilemma. You know the answer lies within the depths of your bottomless kingly wisdom. You know there's only one hope. There's only one chosen arbiter. Weasel King commune with Arbiter. The souls of the Arbiter and the King merge as one. The prophecy was true. Destiny flips the fuck out. P.S. Finally flip out. Ooh. Ooh, next. The rest of your ink is drained, fueling a final conflagration of all consuming holy charisma. Next. Next. Ooh. Oh. The majesty of your personal charm spreads throughout the cosmos. Legend will speak of the great champion of pulchritude. Scribes will scrawl his praises. Bards will wail his glories. Poets will bleed their ink while dry and weep them full again. Men of character will breathe this story, their passion. As warriors blow white conch on jagged rock, as Parmor puts flushed lip to lover's mouth, men of spirit of flame, open of shirt and snug of pantaloon, rose-breasted men with swiveling, open of shirt, snug of swiveling hips, nimble legs, and restless hearts, men whose vehemence of temperament fills their throats with melody, though their footwork with the rhythm, the fiery cluck of learned, genteel men, as these will pick the ear of the tales of the champ with the the ear with tales of this champion, a champion who by metal of his glowing personal charm alone saved the universe. Next. Next. Oh. The vulnerable bulb, exposing DMK's fetal seed pod. If it is allowed to detach, it will mature into a new, revitalized DMK. You probably should not let this happen. Next. Unfortunately, Sepultrude has sapped your last ounce of vim. There isn't even a large object around to throw it at anyways. Meanwhile, that useless skipper of yours is off gallivanting somewhere. Next. The useless skipper makes note of the development with his keen ogle. No time to correct the ship's course. You have to refit the sniper rifle with the scope for the final kill shot. Hurry, you fool! Next. This is incredibly urgent. BHMK tighten drawstring to limit. Oh. Enraged by the downfall of your demon head, you give that corset one last tug. Your mass soars to an insane multiple of one googolplex. Through the inscrutable extraspatial crannies and fissures within the singularity, you undergo another bizarre transmogrification. BHMK, retrieve arms from crannies and fissures. You've already got about 1,000 of them, lard ass. Next. So weird to me that you pronounce pulchritude. Next page. Huh. Here. BHMK swells to a monstrous, ultra-massive black hole. Next. The sun is absorbed by the black hole, filling it with daylight. The cellar body heats up. That ludicrous battleship you call an ass. Elsewhere, molten rock churns. PI finally puts the sniper rifle together. He takes aim at the seed pod. DMK is too weak to resist the pull the black hole anymore. PI misses his shot opportunity unless there's one last hope. PI fire at moon. Boom. Oh, oh shit. Captain Snoop and his mecha legs are jettisoned from the satellites. Next. There goes the moon. Next. Oh, death. As the black hole expands, PS is pulled closer to its event horizon. You watch the universal events around you accelerate as it approaches. Chicago overcoat approaches the clock. Just before the ship collides, the universe flips around sporadically for reasons you can't explain. Time zooms off infinitely. Infinity. Infinity. Ah. Oh, shit. The electric current travels through the fan cord across the relativistic shortened span. I can't read. Relativistically shortened span of the universe in the blink of a relativistically accelerated eye. Next. Oh shit. Downtown districts. Private booth. Ooh. It reaches the hand needle, loops to it, and double back across the universe lickety split. Finally, it reaches square shoulder tolls through the bread truck out of the private booth and through the ceiling of the brothel. Next. Captain Snoop's noble mount comes to a rest at the foot of the Four Island. The end of his long journey coincides with that of the electric current. Next. Ain't no way this was okay. I was wondering what the fuck this band was gonna do for so long. This is the last piece. The bus falls in the labyrinth. Pseudo cube comprehensile's unfathomable catacombs next. Egad! Once again, no time to correct the ship's course. Gotta save that bust. Only you can do it. You know what? You know that cube inside and out. Literally, PI steered universe. You pop the scope back in the wheel and steer like a man possessed. You mature the ultimate steer tech. Chopper's reckoning, a man, a wheel, a dream. The universe flips around sporadically for reasons which are now plainly evident. Next. Oh, God. He's a fucking pro, dude. PS is pulled into the vent horizon. The Snoop emerges unscratched. The cube has been bested once and for all. It vanishes. Next. You're a winner. Oh, oh my God. You may be a winner for now, but your triumph looks short lived. DS Aggress Seed Pod. You order your army of angels slash anti-angels to finish off the foul demon head. They swarm to your command, DMK defensive glower. Defend the seed pod at all cost. Back, you wenches. Next. The demimond semi-goddess has been slain. Flip wheel one last time. You turn the universe, redirecting the bus towards the underside of the black hole. Captain Snoop is pulled in. No fucking way. Is this it? The angelic army has been all but exterminated. A preoccupied DMK does not notice the Trojan bus advancing. The bus explodes on impact. The candy sign rains sugar death on the fetal seed pod. Next. DMK supply of PEEP gold is completely wiped out. But alas, is almost completely wiped out, but alas, there's just a little left. Next. The candy corn. It's time to make the ultimate sacrifice. You finally part with your precious cargo. Next. DMK has been slain. Here comes that moon. Everyone, brace for impact. Next. Damn. Damn, are the Scotty Dogs gonna do something like this important too? Oh, BHMK is pushed through his corset. Mount St. Lardass erupts. Black hole explodes. The universe reverts to its prior dimensions. Everyone and everything trapped in the black hole is ejected in random directions throughout the universe. DMK's hat falls through the sky. You breathe a sigh of relief. Can't imagine what you could possibly be forgetting to do. What the heck is that giant ticking sound? Next. Meanwhile, the large, busty fishwoman in your wheel viewport. Next. Oh dear. Fuck. The bus to the face sends you reeling. Next. DMK's head is skewered by the ham needle. PS ADPI land in a hard boiled manner. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Positive team cause shit just got real. God damn. Next. MK rides the ham needle like like a giant deadly needle. Mobster Kingpin has been slain. He drops the megaton key. 80, get megaton key. Picking up the ludicrously heavy key is no sweat for the strongest man in the world. He's stashing in your inventory. There they are. Hysterical dame and nervous broad ride an automobile which some grateful whores were kind enough to supply. PS ADPI victory dance. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, oh. While the others set their feet aflutter with righteous mirth. Our hero is no condition for merriment. You are one of the top problem sleuths in the colliginous void. Felicitations for your service are separated by yawns of white noise in the stew of primordial consciousness. Compensation, abstract, is a dewy whirl of fibrous skein of now. Ugh. You are feeling particularly existential tonight. What will you do? Quickly retrieve arms from approaching light. What approaching? Oh, that one. Next. The dancer spins to haunting melody. The light is so bright, you wonder what tantalizes you on the other side. If only you could. Now this is. Wait, don't. No! Don't go. You breathe a deep sigh, resigned to the dark veil settling over your reality. Existing was fun while it lasted. Next. Smack. There we go. What is the meaning of this moist feeling on your cheek? What man torment do the gods have in store for you next? Next. Are your eyes deceiving you? Is she slipping away? Was it all a dream? Smack. No, it wasn't a dream. Quit bumping gums, you noodle-nosed loon. Now, prop your lazy bones on the getaway sticks and shake a leg, mister. Everyone get in the flivver or this trip's for biscuits, see? Everyone gets in the fiver. The flivver. Next. There we go. I'm with you, PI. I'm with you. They'd get me too. Especially with the shades. Oh. You are a winner. They did it. Hell yeah. Prom Sleuth end credits. Animated animation Andrew. Level design Andrew. Character design you. 3D rendering Andrew. Production manager Andrew. Art direction Andrew. Finance consultant Andrew. Audio designer Andrew. Story you. Epilogue. Fuck, do I want an epilogue with this? Next. Oh, rump. What was that? Oh, oh, she remarried, huh? I guess that's what you gotta do, though. Nothing wrong with that at all. Uh, oh, fuck, he's in the background. It's kind of hard. Kill the distinguished gentleman. You see what these guys do. Oh, shit. Oh my god, it's a dartboard. I love darts, dude. I play darts. I have a dartboard right behind me. Oh my god, I throw darts almost every day. Oh my gosh. Darts are so fun. I'm not lying. I do have a dartboard right behind me. I do play darts almost every day. Oh, oh, the tease. Oh shit. Oh, whoa, he got aggressive with it. He scared everyone out. Oh, there they are. Oh man, 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 man. Bow down, bow down, bow down, bow down, bow down. Bow down, bow down, bow down, bow down, bow down. The melon. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Pie. Ah. Oh shit. Damn. Damn. That's one hell of a woman right there. Fuck. Damn. Fuck. Imagine like turn around and you just got like your lad, your like significant other just has a fucking mural of you on the wall right there. Fucking done insanely well. Huh. Oh. Oh, it's fucking Soul Plane. Right? That one's oh, that's Soul Plane, right? I think Soul Plane's free on YouTube. So I'm gonna pull it up actually real quick. It's not free on YouTube anymore. That's a shame. It's not a shame, but yeah. Uh, uh, okay, some I found out recently. Somebody like a streamer I follow does like a weekly Bible study on stream. I didn't know that because I didn't watch them for their streams. I watched them for like their like other things and content. And then I found out they did Bible studies, and that was interesting. I never really thought of that like little niche on the internet, right? Doesn't make sense, right? Uh, Dapper young captain sets foot upon his aero trolley's person carriage. Is it just gonna be a fuck? He dies in this movie though. So if you're gonna see Snoop die, I hope not. It's time to bust this county, y'all. In a hot second, I'll be hitting them switches and getting this bitch pumping and jumping. So screw your shit on tight and enjoy the flight. Oh, I actually kind of enjoy this movie. Soul Plane's like a fun. I like stupid movies, so Soul Plane is all right. Huh? Oh shit! It's the piss jug. Wait, one of those was the piss jug. Oh, yes. Busts R Us. Oh shit. MK exit afterlife. Death is nowhere to be seen. You take the opportunity once again to sneak out the door. But the oboe's in the way. Let's go. Next, you are a loser. GPI fondly regard creation. How'd Death get back in though? Boom. Oh shit. Oh. Ring. Hmm. You know what? For this part, I do want to play the thing I was playing before. I forgot to play the music again. I think the music's fun to play. Mhm. I like. I just like click this button. Well, that is not how I do that. I can't find. Oh man. Oh wait, this was the one I did. Oh wait, this might be loud. Okay. Another balmy summer evening. The city rolls these nights like loaded dice. It's tough for a flatfoot to make it in a town like this. Some towns are built loose and a stiff breeze of upset blows through. But these bricks are tight knits, built like a damn Chippewa birch bark canoe. Not much daylight seeps through, see? A gumshoe asks questions, and questions upset. It's like some shawless damn frostbite. It's frostbite in winter, too. Proud to take your coat for some reason. You know how dames are. The city turns her cold shoulder to a type of fellow that's all there is to it. Okay, so this threw me off because like I mentioned I'm like Native American, and this is the specific Native American I am, and so it like throws me off. So I was like, essentially took a double take there. But a steak dinner don't pay for itself if you catch my drift. The streets won't bang on your office glass and ask for placation. The streets ease themselves, but a type of fella knows better than to just step aside. A man finds space between the city's greased wheels of upkeep, and when the time spins along, it sees, yeah, it sees there were feet filling those shoes on just that slab of rock. A man waits and listens. Every place, a placation. The alleyway spike of a bottle breaking. Some tipsy beggar tiths? The gravity. Razor jewels shimmering on oil slick asphalt. The wail of a baby 3 floors up. Ink is blotted before the pact appeasement sealed. Hot formula dabbed on mother's wrist. And the shrill complaint of a phone. Ain't no one can say a man wasn't filling shoes here. Answer phone. You pick up the phone, and to no surprise, it's some dame yakking about something. It's always the same with dames. Always roped in a fix to some John with busy meat hooks and a spell of bad habits. Makes a man reach for his flask just thinking about it. Miss, if you'll just settle down, I'll... Toots, listen. I can barely understand a word you're... Sweetheart, I can't make heads or tails of... Hang up. That woman was clearly hysterical. It doesn't matter what she had to say, though. A hard-boiled lug like you has seen enough weepy lamps and spoiled makeup jobs to know what the matter is. What the matter is, there was a problem. And you'll be damned if you aren't gonna be the fellas to sleuth it. There's only one thing left to do now. Pose of the team. The world is real. Ooh. Ooh. Fuck. Boom, 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 boom. Would you like to play another game? Give. What's like 1893? Oh, Homestuck Beta is these other pages. Okay. Okay, that's what the other page. Okay, that's what the next pages are. Okay. Yeah. Oh, the beta looks so so weird. Uh, these pages are all done in Flash. Yeah. Okay. So the beta is actually like the previous pages. Okay. Okay. I probably knew that like subconsciously, but it just wasn't like forefront. Okay. Fuck, this goes hard as shit. Fuck, I like high key. Like I want another Problem Sleuth poster. Maybe if I'm gonna buy something, it should probably be Homestuck related. But damn, Problem Sleuth just hits different. It hits different. Uh, it like gets a very specific like thing. Hard panel. That's why it was is merch. Fuck, dude. Fuck. Ace Dick is hard as shit right here. The sleuth himself. Pickle. Ooh. Fuck, this is good. Damn. Really. Oh, extra content. Huh. Oh, the better parts of Homestuck. Yeah, that's fair. Like it more than Act Two. I like this more than Act One of Homestuck. Maybe which one? You know what? Which one is Act Two actually? Which one all happens in all the early acts? So I think it's better than Act One. I'm not too sure. I don't know. I think I liked Act Two. I guess Act Two had certain parts. You said where the Midnight Crew is made. Yeah, and then I guess it makes sense. I like Problem Sleuth, right? Like I think the intermission is genuinely one of the best parts of Homestuck. The first intermission. Like I fucking thought this was some dope shit. I still do. Uh, Intermission. Yeah, it probably is. I don't know. No, it's not my favorite part of Homestuck, but it's up there. Really up there. Might not be as like fucking sick or insane as Cascade, right? And that might not be as like emotionally like tying as maybe like the Jade part, the Tavros part, Briska part, this Terezi having to kill her friends, like the messy breakup that just happened. Fucking I don't know. Fuck. I guess maybe another thing that makes like the intermission just stick out so much to me is just that it is like it feels so much different than the rest of the Homestuck in a certain way. Uh, Fuck, I love the intermission. Thompson was sick as shit. It's a Pulp too. Uh, what time is it? 11:03. Okay, that's not too bad. That means what, we're 4.5 hours in? Yeah, 4.5 hours in. Okay. The intermission is supposed to feel like problem sleuth. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Why it probably explains why I like the intermission so much. Because I found this very enjoyable. I do think. Oop, I do know it's like a goofy internet comic, but I feel like if it just came out like a little like, I wonder if anyone's making something similar to like how Problem Sleuth feels, but with um like with more like emotional like stakes, kind of like more like a little more actual drama. Because like it feels like Hussie likes to play with the idea of drama, but like in like a joking manner and whatnot, and have fun with that. Then like Homestuck, he like experimented. Oh, that's a fucking page right there. Yeah, probably a good MSPA, MF, yeah, MSPFA. Hmm. I do feel like Homestuck does do some of the things I wish Problem Sleuth did, like with more like um I guess not drama. I guess drama was like an easy word to say for it because this is actually more like um character based in like after a certain point becomes more like character focused. Um, so I feel like acts 1 through 3 are mostly just getting shit done. Intermissions getting shit done. Act 4 is getting shit done. Act 5 is where it starts like mixing like getting shit done and actually like knowing characters. But the issue is Act 5 introduced so many characters, you couldn't really get to know characters, right? And you still could get a good feeling. Even like the first few acts did that too. Yeah, I can really call this all characters. They don't talk. Yeah, they mostly show through like certain actions and just like and like slight implications of talking, like the phone call or like just what they do and certain like things. But I can call them characters. I feel confident calling them characters. They do have like distinguished personalities and what they do and how they do certain things. And then not like X6 a lot. I feel like X6 in Homestuck deals a lot with like character relationships and how characters interact as themselves. I guess is the way I want to say it. It's characters being themselves and there's stuff going on that's happening instead of like maybe not instead of. It feels like there's more it's more condensed. And actually, it's so long. I think condensed isn't the right word either. It feels like you get to know the characters faster in Act 6 than you do in the other acts, even though it's so long. Because I feel like I feel like it kind of mixes up some of the things that happen in Act 5 with the trolls with like what happens with the characters in the first part in a way. In the trolls one, we learn a little more, quite a bit about the trolls and how they feel in certain things, but there's 12 fucking trolls, so we don't really learn anything. We don't really learn enough about individual trolls enough to like fully feel how they feel in like certain things, and you get more of like certain key moments, right, for certain characters, and some characters just have to get left behind, which I kind of find annoying, right? Like but Fairy feels like essentially just a plot device, right? So they just, put her in, get rid of her, yada yada. Um, but with Act 6, what is it? There's 4 kids and 2 cherubs. So 6 characters that you're being introduced to, and they get to like have more time to be characters, I guess. Um, but it is also fucking after Hussey is refining what he wants Homestuck to be, right? Because these are kind of like fun, little messy for characters. Starts building into more and more. Then Act 5 is like, oh shit, okay, this is what's going on. Cascade happens, like, okay, that wraps up everything. That's like story wise, Homestuck could, in theory, have ended here, right? And like there's been some open ass ending, but no one would have wanted that. In theory, right? Like, so, and this one's like more of like a refinement of everything that he's been working on, plus like more characters. So like everything happened. Like this was the big thing, and this is like slower, feels more character driven. If that makes sense. Oh. And then I'm really curious on this relationship a lot because what is it? One of my Homestuck friend who's read who I think they're, I mean, I'm not sure if they're caught up in Beyond Canon, but they're like read a lot of like stuff. And the way they react about Dirk, like they don't like Dirk at all, which makes me feel like Dirk does something. I don't want to know if Dirk does anything evil or like is like turns out to be a piece of shit. But like in my mind, if this guy's like saying like it's like just like fuck you, Dirk, instantly when I mention him like passing for something, it makes me wonder if like what the fuck is Dirk gonna do, or is like or is Dirk, or am I supposed to hate Dirk at this point in the story, which I don't think makes sense. So in my mind, he has to do something else, right? I'm just kind of curious on what's going to happen with Dirk in particular. I have some ideas on certain things just because of like I believe he killed like Yalda Bayoth, right? But I'm pretty sure he killed Yalda Bayoth, and that was the same that is in Caliborn had, and if he killed Caliborn's that is in, and Caliborn got some insane for it. But admittedly, Caliborn was in like what was it? It wasn't a null session, was it? A dead session, some sort of session, right? Where it wasn't meant to really win. It was like some time fix shit, and he just does it because it's like impossible. But he's like the guy who gets shit done essentially, even though he's kind of, even though he is an idiot. Hmm. I'm curious if like Dirk gets like something strong based on like the Edison he killed. Looks like he kills. But he kills the Edison in like it looks like he kills the Edison at this part in the story. I think it's this part of the story because Caliban got ripped. Yeah, right here, it kinda looks like, the implication is like, yeah, they're the same one. Looks like the implication is, like, Dirk killed Yaldabaoth, the same one that Caliborn did, and, like, in theory, it should be, like, one of the stronger ones, and if you kill it, defeat it, and does Dirk get us, like, a crazy strong thing, like, I don't know, I guess a juju like, Caliborn got? I don't know. Curious on that, if that is an implication, because this doesn't look like how everything else is destroyed, right? This looks like it was sliced, and Dirk uses a sword, right? I guess we can't really tell if his sword's messy, because, like, his sword wouldn't be messy, right? But he has a sword drawn. Could've been drawn the whole time. So I feel like the implication is he killed him, and if he killed him, this has to mean something, right? And I'm curious on that. Maybe it doesn't mean, maybe it means nothing at all, but I think it does have to mean something. This just can't be the last thing that happens of, like, this Dirk, right? I feel like he's probably gonna mirror Dave a little bit, and when, like, that Doom timeline Dave, I guess Bird, I guess not Bird, Dave sprite, a little bit in a sense, right? Because Dave sprite was a Doom timeline Dave, yada yada, goes back, does a thing, goes back in time, does a thing, comes Dave sprite, and then what Rose, that Doom timeline Rose, like, does first she went to sleep and then ended up in whatchamacallit, in a way she was able to stay alive in a sense, not fully disappear. She became part of her old one. I still exist, sure. Yeah. But a lot of curious things that could happen. I feel like a major thing for Dirk is like Dirk is about doing things and just like being in control, right? Just making sure shit happens because that's his thing. He's in he needs to be he wants to make sure things go right. So he'll do everything in his power to make sure it goes right, right? Can't say anything else about the epilogue. Yeah. And if he wants everything to go right, I feel like a big point of his thing is that even if you try your hardest, do everything you can do, sometimes you're just not him. You're not you're not the main character. No matter what you do, doesn't mean shit, right? Like kind of like how when Caliborn calls Vriska irrelevant, right? Or plot irrelevant, essentially, right? But he does care about his friends, right? That's a major thing. I feel like he just cares about everybody, but like too much is his thing. So he's one of the more interesting characters to me. Um, Admittedly, though, I will say after a certain point, Act 6, a lot of the characters that they have intertwined have become a lot more interesting. And like I think I mentioned this before. For a while, I wasn't the biggest fan of Kanaya. Vriska's not John. Yeah, Vriska's not John. Dark's not John. Like nobody's John. John's John, right? But I like to think, yeah, John is the protagonist, kinda indeed. The ideals. I'm curious though on where the story ends. Now it's gonna end, and I guess I'll find out Sunday. Uh, Sunday, I guess, is what I'm gonna find out. Feels feels surreal because I've kind of read Homestuck way too fast. I meant to go way slower, but um, had some issues. Dave has the Lord English killing power though. Uh, I feel feels weird about getting close to ending Homestuck. They want to end this fast. I actually intended on taking a break from Homestuck during Right after the break where the 1 year gap was, I was debating on taking a break from Homestuck for a little bit, just to like, just to get a little bit of that feeling of having to wait, right? Because fans had to wait a whole year, and it's kind of unfair that I can just go through the whole story just like this and just be like, damn, holy shit. Like, you don't get to feel like what the build up is. I just can't. Like, I can't know how it felt for old fans waiting 7 years, 7 years for their story to end, and with like an entire year gap at some points, like in the story. Like the closest thing I have is like what, like Hunter x Hunter, I guess right now, like that manga. Like that's the closest thing I have, right? I've been keeping with that for like for a long time now, and I'm still waiting for chapters. Shit doesn't happen. Wait a couple of years for fucking something, right? But it's still good. Am I gonna? And if it ends, what if the ending sucks? Am I gonna? Is that gonna change how I feel about the whole story of my journey? And it's a curious thing to think about. Certain things you can't like experience unless you're there. I think experiences matter a lot. Yeah. So it is late. Finished problem sleuth. That was the goal for the stream. In total, there was like about 3 years of no updates as well. LOL. Yeah. So and I don't have any of that. I just read the story, so I can't understand how people would feel, which um is an interesting thing. When the website re-released, it was like an extra week break from the weekly updates. Hmm, I don't know. One thing I thought about doing for fun was reading Homestuck um every day released, starting on like the day it came out. I thought it'd be kind of fun to do that at one point, but I figured my impatient ass wouldn't want to wait 7 years to finish Homestuck. But I think it would have been a fun experiment. But maybe I'll find something smaller, something that's not like a whole 7 years, something like a 2 year, something that takes 2 years to fully understand the hype and what's going on. But okay, so Friday, Hive Swap, Act 2, play more of that. Left off on the part with like the trial, so we're with like the Jade Bloods and the Teal Bloods. Got my boys, my gals. Fuck, can I remember all their names? Shit. The Teals, we got Tagiri, um, Stelsa, Gorgor. Oh, fuck, I don't know all their names. Now they look. Hmm. Jades, we got Branya, uh, Lanky. Maybe I'll pronounce his name right one day. Um, uh, Wayne, Wayne. I don't know. Some with a W, I think. Forgot their names. Damn, I know they look. Huh? What? Okay, yeah. Sunday, finishing Homestuck, and that's the stream. I'm really kind of tired. I still want to do one more thing before I go to sleep. So for realsies though, end of the stream. Thanks for hanging out, and bye.